Hey, what's up everybody? I'm back for a little bit. I just kind of got involved in watching a video and I was 22 minutes in where I decided, you know what? Instead of pre-watching the whole thing, I always have things to say and add, and instead of working twice as hard, I should only work half as hard, or at least maybe 3/4 as hard. If you're gonna like calculate things to how much of a loser I can be, then I guess I can work less instead of more. But yeah, there's basically, I already know a lot of Asmongold's stance on this. It's good to see a fresh React content of him talking about this, because every time you talk about something new, every time you talk about something that you've talked about before, you kind of refresh like all the talking points you've had, and you kind of get like newer versions of things that you were going to say. And so I think that's like part of the beauty of React content, is that we can all kind of like come together and like have these discussions. And even though it feels like a waste of time, oftentimes it is, it's actually like kind of beneficial, for at least in the narrow sense of, it doesn't kind of improve like the way you see things if you are careful enough to actually allow that to happen. If you're at the point of actually thinking critically about how can I make this to help me improve my thought process, so I can bring this kind of thought process in other areas of my life to improve my life. That's a lot of my take on a lot about what we're going to be talking about during the React. Is basically, I see things not unlike Asmongold, but I have a different perspective, and I'd like to see what happens. Usually I do have like a lot of talking points, but honestly, most of the time I'm pretty much winging it. Kind of just play it by ear most of the time. Gonna move the webcam over. Okay. And so here we have it. We got why millennials are miserable. I'm going to link. Does he link the video in the chat? Yeah, he links the video in the chat. Wait, let me link the original video. It's a TikTok. Okay. Yeah, let me link the original video in chat here. And so then we got to get this. It's a 3 minute and 30-second video. We'll just watch the Asmongold. It'll take him 49 minutes to get through the video, so we'll just watch that version. I think it's easier that way. Just keep it simple, keep it safe. Okay, and we should be good to go. The audio should be good.
What about this? It's not a job to get 50K. You know why millennials?
Okay, so like basically why millennials are miserable. So this guy, he's going to be talking about how white people are living off the grid and stuff. I think that's pretty cool. People want to do that if they have the opportunities. Now I have some things to say about like what that guy assumes. There's a lot of situations that are going to be harder for people, and that's why obviously in the end of the day I do agree with Asmon when he talks about. I do agree with him when he says that, like, obviously the only thing anyone can do is work with the reality that's in front of you. And I agree with that. But it's also good to have compassion for those who have it a little bit more difficult. Although in the end of the day, we're not living in third world country. We don't have, the fact that I can even like, be streaming right now. Like I have high speed internet. I have a computer that I could afford. Within the context of our society we live in though, I'm still pretty rough, so it could be worse, but I don't think the it could be worse argument is very good, because anybody could have it worse. Like I'm not in North Korea, I'm not in Syria. I'm not in any of these like seriously, distraught places. I'm, even in the United States, I'm in a really, really good place. I'm in California. I get free health care because of being in poverty. Because I'm disabled, I get SSI. You know, even though I had to use a lawyer to do that. The key word is that, like, I could have just abandoned all hope, and I could have just given up and just complained. And instead, I did all the work that I could do to actually make my life better. And it has been getting better, and it's continuing to get better, like every day. It's really hard right now. But I have steps to follow. You know, it can happen. You can make your life better. I can't tell you how. Even a therapist or a social worker of some sort whose job it is to help you can't really tell you how either. You can come up with a plan together. But in the end of the day, all you have is what you have. You have a custom built plan ahead of you. And it's really tough, and there is no guarantee of success. And I know how Asmon feels about working hard and how you shouldn't do it, but honestly, it depends on what your definition of working hard is. Because in the end of the day, you're going to have to work hard. It's going to be really difficult work. In the end of the day, though, your job is to make it so it's not difficult. Your job is to make it sure so that you do the same habits, and the habits just happen automatically, even if you were trying to fail. And I know this proven to myself, and it's getting better and better, and I'm becoming more and more confident with myself, because when I got news about my surgery being delayed, I made immediate adjustments to my lifestyle choices for health, which were already pretty damn good. I was already doing yoga. I was already doing ballet and other dance. I was already riding my bike and walking. I wasn't doing it as often as I should have. And my diet was pretty damn good, but it had, like, some areas that needed improvement. But as soon as I got the news that my surgery was being delayed because my diabetes wasn't fully where it needed to be, I made immediate changes. Like absolutely immediate lifestyle changes. And I've continued to maintain those lifestyle changes since November. And it's not that it's hard work, it's actually easy. It happened so quickly. All I had to do was, well, I have to do this, and in order to do this, I have to do this, this, this. I made a plan, and I executed the plan. Now, it's not going to be like that with every single thing you do, and there's things that I'm going to do. As I have a list of things that are a part of my plan, and I'm following the plan, and I've been following the plan for almost 5 years now. It's a 5-year plan. It involved surgery, and there's still one more surgery, and then there's recovery, and then there's a step-by-step plan I have towards the next 5 years of my life. Starts with getting back into the swing of things. Then it goes into going back to school, getting some knowledge and certification on accounting, which I'm going to need no matter what I do, especially as somebody who is self-employed and who's going to seek out basically self-management, which is difficult, but it's the best shot I have. I can't do the traditional route. I can't do the super work hard route. I got to work smart. And I got to use my assets. And that's what I've been doing. I've been doing that for the past 5 years, and it doesn't happen overnight. And I just have to realize that, like, even though things seem like they take forever, every single day is a step forward in the right direction. And as long as you keep making the right choices, you don't make stupid decisions, you don't undermine your own work, you listen to people who know what they're talking about, especially people whose job it is to tell you what to do, like a therapist or a doctor. You stop lying to yourself and you stop making excuses. And even though it's hard and sometimes it seems impossible, think about where you'd be if you weren't doing all that. If you had just blamed society, said, oh, fuck the government, everything's fucked up for everybody. And yeah, it is fucked up for everybody. But you got two choices. You could either, find out what you need to do, make a plan and execute it, or you can just sit around and do nothing to change anything and just complain about it when nothing changes. Because guess what? If you do nothing to change anything, then nothing's going to change. unless you get like some insanely lucky thing. But even buying a lottery ticket requires you to actually go to the store and buy a lottery ticket. You still need to actually have the money to buy the ticket. You don't just, even a lottery ticket, which is insanely impossible, like billions and billions of percentile low chance, even that requires you to do something. You know, it doesn't just happen just because you want it to happen. Even a lottery ticket, you have to go to the store, be there physically to actually buy a ticket and get something like a nickel or something to scratch off the scratcher. Okay, so even something like that requires an action. And all you do is you just make actions, you come up with a plan, and you do the actions. And, you know, it's not always going to work out the way you want it to, but it's going to work. I guarantee it. So let's see what this guy has to say. I might come up with new things to say the second time through. We only watched 20 minutes. I just thought, you know, I should probably do a react video, even though I stopped the stream earlier.
Gen Z are interested in going off-grid and homesteading.
A lot of people have been asking me why I think so many millennials...
So wait, what was, what actually is homesteading? Homesteading is a lifestyle of self-sufficiency characterized by activities such as subsistence agriculture, home preservation of food, and small-scale production of textiles and craft work for household use or sale. It is not defined by where someone lives, but by the lifestyle choices they make. Modern homesteaders often use renewable energy options, plant heirloom vegetables, and raise heritage livestock. The spirit of homesteading is about breaking free from systems that hold individuals back from the freedom they desire, and it is more accessible to each individual, regardless of their current living situation. So if you really want to make this happen, there is a path forward. It still requires work. You know, even though, you know, there's systems that hold you back, you have to make the conscious choice to, am I willing to do the work to do homesteading? What's heirloom vegetables? There's like World of Warcraft heirlooms. Heirloom vegetables are old, open pollinated varieties that have been passed down from generation to generation. They are typically grown and maintained by gardeners and farmers, particularly in isolated communities. These vegetables were commonly grown. Hybrid seeds can be maintained. Yeah, I guess it's just basic vegetables, like the standards.
And Gen Z folks are getting into off-grid living, homesteading, van life, that kind of stuff. So let's talk about it. You ever been in a relationship with a liar? I mean, like a dyed-in-the-wool, lies about stupid things, habitual liar. I mean, the ones that can't even help themselves. The relationship goes a little something like this. They tell you a lie, you question the lie. They tell you another lie to cover that lie up. You question it, and when it becomes abundantly clear that they can no longer lie to you, they attack you or your character to anyone who will listen. That also describes the relationship between our society as a whole and the younger generation.
So, I mean, Asmon's going to say this already, so I don't have too much to add. But basically, the idea of generational problems, it's definitely a thing. However, every single generation has improved from the previous one. And I guess millennials, what we're doing and what we've done with the tech industry, for example, and what we've done, you know, and the Gen Zers, what we've basically done is we kind of inherited what the boomers had, and we made changes. And you can see this everywhere. People are breaking through the system because it's, you know, breaking apart from the system because the system was broken, and millennials saw no reason to continue doing the same thing. And those who do, a lot of people do succeed. I know this guy's going to talk about how it seems like nobody succeeds, but plenty of people succeed. It takes a certain type of personality to be able to utilize that system. But honestly, I feel like we're in an era, and I know it feels unfair, but we live in, especially in the United States, we live in a system of freedom and democracy and free market, where if something doesn't work, you find an alternative. And this guy's proving it. I mean, the people who are doing the homesteading, if you can't go through the free market system where you need to, work, go to college and get a, certain type of job and climb a corporate ladder, not everybody's suited for that. And people are, kind of tired of it. But you have to be honest with yourself and truly admit that why you're doing something different is because you're not comfortable trying to do something that you know is difficult for you, and instead doing something that aligns more with your own abilities. For example, I mean, I'm autistic. You have to understand, for the longest time, I didn't want to believe that. I wanted to blame myself for my own problems, because as much as people like to accuse me, especially on the internet, as much as people like to accuse me that I'm making excuses and saying that I'm only because I'm autistic or whatever, it couldn't be further from the truth. I didn't seek out doctors or any kind of help for a diagnosis until I started caring about myself. Until I was at such a low point that I had nowhere else to really turn. It was either give up on my life, which wasn't going to happen, because I definitely want to live, or I'm going to do something about it. And I chose to do something about it. And part of that was taking my mental health seriously and being honest with myself that I have very real problems with, not with cognitive ability, but with the ability to emotionally regulate, particularly in social settings. And it's affected me my entire life, and I didn't want to admit that I'm not the only one who's at fault. I internalized, at first, growing up, I blamed everyone else. But at some point, I started blaming myself instead. And it got to the point where that was even worse than blaming everyone else. Because I kind of went too far in the other direction, where I went in the direction that instead of looking at myself with kindness, I looked at myself with hatred and shame, and that's not going to help anybody. So it's a lot of mindset, and it requires a lot of honesty with yourself, and that goes both directions. You have to be honest with yourself as what you're missing, what you're lacking, but you also have to be honest with yourself on what your strengths are. Because I definitely have strengths, and it took a lot of effort to find that strength, and I'm still finding it. But I have a definite strength. I've made leaps and bounds in my personal life, in my mental health, and it's soon, in good time, I'm going to steer that same exact energy into actually getting myself out of poverty and creating a life for myself, creating a career that only I can do. I mean, other people can do it, but it's only I'm the only one who can do it. And it's I could make excuses and say, I'm a failure because I can't do what I'm supposed to be doing, and then I'm just I could blame myself for not being good enough to be able to make it in the things that I can do. But in the end of the day, my best shot is to min-max with what skills I have. And as difficult as it can be, you keep showing up and you keep doing the work, and you can make little teeny tiny steps of progress. Eventually things just start working out, and I'm holding on for that day, because it's gonna come. It's definitely gonna come. And I don't doubt myself at all as far as being able to eventually make success in my industry. Not everybody can do what I do. I can't even do what I can do until I deal with this gender dysphoria. But when conditions are in this place like where they used to be before the gender dysphoria kicked in, I'm really good at what I do, and I'm really good at doing at the physical act of showing up to do what I do. And I may not be the best, and I have a lot of room for improvement, but that comes with time and effort. And also, I really am trying to internalize the advice that Asmon and many other people have, which is stop trying to work hard. I mean, people have said this for all time. Don't work hard. Don't work hard. Work smart. It's easier said than done, man. You don't know all the details. You don't know what. I mean, that becomes your first task, is you kind of have to grind. It's like what I'm doing in WoW earlier. We're trying to get to level 15 on Priest so that we can start doing dungeons, because as a healer, I'm going to get fast queues, just like when I was playing Warrior. Although in Warrior, I quested a lot. Probably going to skip a lot of those quest lines, except for whatever ones I absolutely need to get, like, additional things that are going to be helpful. I'm going to work smarter, leveling up my healer priest. So just like that, it's like sometimes you have to grind really hard until it's not a grind. And it's going to be like that too with my career. It's going to be a real challenge at first. I mean, I already started, so I have an idea of what to expect. I also have an idea of what to expect as far as success goes. Not everybody is successful with what I'm going to be trying to do. But I have good indication that even as a beginner, I am like miles ahead of other people at my level. Some people never even get to where I am. But that's a whole different issue. I've talked about this on stream before, but nonetheless, I have a plan, and that plan's being executed, and it's been pretty damn consistent. And I know that the success will come. It won't fit on a standard timeline. It'll happen when it happens. But in the end of the day, it's the mindset that matters. It's the mindset that I have a plan and I will make that plan happen. And no matter what conditions the world will set for me, I have zero control over that. And I've run myself ragged trying to basically change things that I can't change. And that included autism. I can't change the way my brain works, but I can change the strategy that I use to work around that. And that's something I have control over. And it may not be pretty. It may not be this, like, I may be like absolutely kind of screwed as far as RNG goes. Sometimes when you do character creation, certain things are just, you didn't really get any good dice rolls. But that doesn't really matter, because I'm going to find a way to make up for that. Maybe there's some gear that only I have access to that gives me not only making up for those stats, but like doubles or triples them. We don't know. But I'm going to try. I'm going to do my best I can. Because the alternative is to blame everyone else and not do anything at all.
The older generations basically destroyed the economy, strip mined all of the future wealth and opportunity, as well as, and most importantly, hope, through their voting practices both politically and with their wallets through investments and what they valued. They also gave away a ton of their personal liberties in exchange for convenience.
I want to make sure that you guys understand that in 50 years, there's going to be a guy that's this age that's saying this about us. I want to promise you that that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tale as old as time. Like, every single generation has had some problems because, and then the next generation inherits them. But every single generation, no matter where it came from, we made it a little bit better. And we're going to, we're trying to make what we came from a little better. And the people are just going to keep fighting to try to make things a little bit better. And it starts with making things better for yourself. Because if you can't make things better for yourself, how are you going to expect society to get better? You are the change. You are the one who gets to decide what you're going to do with this time on this earth. And are you going to squander it? Or are you going to do something to make it's not even about making other people's lives better. It's about making your life better so that you do the best possible contribution to society that you can do. And without even trying, just by that sheer existence, that you are being a better version of yourself than if you didn't work hard at trying to, be the best that you can be, to try to get all the things together to be successful in whatever area you can. Like, if that means being a doctor, then be the best doctor you can. If that means being a writer, then be the best writer you can. Doesn't matter if you succeed or fail, like, within those industries, but if you do the best you can, and you're going to contribute more than if you didn't try at all. If you just sat around and just, ate potato chips and played World of Warcraft and lived off of, disability or whatever, if that's all you did with your life, you're going to be less beneficial to society, and society is going to be that much less likely to change for the better. So you have to be the change. And it's not like you have to go out protesting, not like you have to go out and like donate or, to the poor or like volunteer, which that's all great. It's so simpler than that. You have to be whatever you can be to benefit as a whole in ways that you have absolutely no way of knowing. That if you write a book, even if no one writes it, even if no one reads it during your lifetime, someone might read it 100 years from now, after your death, like 100 years after your death. And you don't know how that person is going to be affected by that book might be the thing that makes that generation's life better because it improves that person's life. You can't know. And so you just do your best to just maximize in whatever area you can to be the best version of yourself that you can, no matter how small or no matter how big, because more is always better than less. 1 is greater than 0.
Security right now, not even taking into consideration what that was going to mean for future generations. Mm-hmm. All the while, they told the younger generation all they had to do was get good grades, go to college, get a good job, and they too will have the American dream. They'll be able to buy a house, start a family, put money aside for retirement, and live the good life. That was a lie. When the younger generation, with almost infinite information at their fingertips to look up facts, started to question it, and it became clear to society that they could no longer perpetuate that lie, society went on the attack. They called them lazy, and they said that it was because they bought avocado toast and lattes every day that they were never going to have anything in the future. And then,
well, it's because people can only work with whatever limited knowledge they have. And this is true for all of us. So you're going to not know all the information. It's so much easier to blame something than it is to do something about it. And this goes both directions. It's really easy to blame somebody who isn't successful, to say, oh, well, maybe it's because you don't work out in the gym more. Maybe it's because you're not, doing what I did when I was your age. And it's like, you don't know if you were in their exact same shoes and you did the exact same things you did, if that would even be effective. But it's not about trying to say, oh, we have it harder or we have it easier. It's about taking the information that you have in the moment and doing what's best for that. It's not about working harder. It's about trying to find out what you need to do to be successful. Because that might be, instead of getting a 9-to-5, instead of going to college to get a degree, to get like a $50K a year job at best, that's competitive with, like, every year there's like thousands and thousands of applicants in your state for your job position, and you went to college thinking that you could be successful. Well, you should have planned ahead. Unfortunately, a lot of people, get into student loan debt, and before they know it, everything's screwed. It's too late because they thought that, oh, I'm going to get a degree and I'm going to be successful, so the student loan is going to be worth it. That's why I always say, if you can possibly go to community college, it's usually cheaper. I mean, it's always cheaper. And you could also get financial assistance. And you don't need this prestige of a college. You can go to community college just fine. There's some great teachers in community colleges. There's also bad teachers, but it's not about that. It's about, if you need something to succeed, go get it. And if you need a degree, then go get it. If you don't need a degree, then don't get a degree. There is no copy paste solution. Everybody is working on a custom script. Nobody knows how to deal with your situation but you. Other people will have opinions, sure. But nobody is living my life but me. Nobody's living Asmongold's life but him. Nobody's living this video creator's life but him. And they made the decisions they made. If somebody else was in their shoes, they would have made different decisions. And in that exact same circumstances, different things would have happened. But if a different person made the exact same decisions, you're in a different time, you're in a different place, you have a different set of circumstances, you don't know if those same things are going to work out. It might be easier, it might be harder, or you might need to do a different strategy. But in the end of the day, it's your job to find out, no matter what you're doing, no matter what difficulties you face, no matter what mental disabilities or physical disabilities you have, it's up to you to create a custom script that you follow. And you can get help with that too. But even the person helping is still going to be working within what your tool set is. If you don't have a hammer, then you're going to have to find a hammer or find a way to not use the nails. You don't try to hit the hammer in with your head. You use a hammer, or you find a tool that can suffice as a hammer, or you find a way to deal with it without using nails. It's a really tough problem, and nobody really knows the answer. But in the end of the day, the only real answer that it's truthful is that only you have the certain circumstances that you have, and there is no answer. There's things that are probably going to work, and you can start with those, but that's not a guarantee they're going to work. But in the end of the day, you can either choose to just, do things on autopilot and not even try, or you can do your best to, make things happen for yourself. And I found that in my own life. I've definitely found that in my own life. These past 5 years or so, like 4 years and 9 months, it's been the most significant changes happening in my life. And it required it required me to make a decision to better myself. It required me to come up with an ultimatum for myself that either I would keep going down a path that I knew exactly where it was going to end up, or I, started making some changes. Really hard for my haters to see. They'll never see it. I don't care. I don't need them. Just the internet. I don't give a fuck. I know what's going on. The people in my life who care about me know what's going on. Nothing else matters. I can talk about stuff and maybe somebody will, listen. Maybe that'll help somebody. I don't really know. But I'm doing this because this is solidifying my own skill set. It's solidifying my own determination, my own resolve, and my own plans. Every single time I talk on stream, it makes me stronger, because it reminds me of all the things that I've gathered in a tool set, and it helps refresh them. And sometimes it's a waste. I don't know but I can't possibly know what is and isn't a waste. I just can't.
One day, they were on the internet and they came across a tutorial for how to grow avocados, how to make your own sourdough bread, how to steam milk. And they realized they could make their own avocado toast, and they could make their own lattes. And they didn't have to work all day and night just to make enough money to afford to keep a roof over their head and still afford to pay for a couple of the things that they felt made life worth it. So they started looking for a different path forward. They found and followed people like my friend.
I still can't believe they can put a seed inside an avocado like that.
Okay, so in the end of the day, it still took the individual effort to do those things on their own, instead of just saying, oh, well, I'm still just going to buy avocado toast, and I'm still just going to buy a Starbucks latte for $5 a day, when I can make coffee at home for 5 cents a cup. Do you really need milk in your coffee? Like, what's wrong with having coffee black? You know, at some point, if you add enough, and do you really need sugar? Sugar's bad for your health. You know, sweetener's okay, but like, if you're paying money for sweetener, you're paying money for coffee, you're paying money for milk. Do you really need milk in your coffee? Do you really need sweetener? Why not just drink it black? But in any case, all those things are super cheap at home, and especially if you get food stamps, you know, you could always have, you know, those basic stuff, you know, so it's not a big deal. You know, milk has like protein and stuff, so it's like good. But in the end of the day, like, do you really need to be spending $5 a day on Starbucks when you can make it for like 10 cents a day? I mean, it's just basic, like, you know, math. Like, yeah, it's convenient to go to Starbucks, but at that price, I mean, maybe if you're like out of town and you're like, you haven't checked into the hotel, and so there's no way to get like coffee until like you check in later or something. Like, you just came in from an airplane flight and you have to buy a coffee because you're just so damn tired, and you have to get to like your appointment and it's not check-in time, so you can't like, you don't have time to like get some coffee, you know, some like instant coffee or something. You could have just brought instant coffee with you if you're on a plane. So even then, like, you could have just had some instant fucking coffee. Had like a 5-cent cup of coffee. You don't really need, and you don't even need hot water. You can just mix that with cold water. Like, there's absolutely no reason to spend $5 on a coffee unless you really want like that specific kind of, you know, preparation of coffee, like at a Starbucks. There's really no reason. If you just want coffee, get some instant coffee and get a cup of water. Like, it's really not that hard.
I don't know how that happened. That to me is like, there are two things that convince me that there could be a God. Three things. Number one would be pineapples. Number two would be that the day that Burning Crusade came out, it was a snow day.
I like that how there's like no expansion on why he's talking about why pineapples. He's just, and it's like, I think it speaks for itself.
And number three would be the fact that like the seed inside of an avocado is like so perfectly round, and it would be in there, and it can just be in there. Like, because I remember whenever I got one, I said, there's no way, I bet somebody put that shit in there. Let me open it up myself. Like, because I didn't believe it. So I went and I opened it up myself. I said that bitch was right in the middle. Can you fucking believe that?
Which Homestead, who teaches you how to grow all your own food without having to buy a bunch of that chemically tainted stuff you get at the store. They found and followed people like my friends at B&R Homestead, who teach you how to raise chickens and bake your own sourdough bread. And they found and followed people like me, who teach you how to acquire land for a fraction of the cost that it takes to live in an apartment piled on top of 100 other people.
Nope.
And in the end of the day, obviously, there's so many people that aren't doing what he's doing. So in the end of the day, like, you could blame society, but like, this guy didn't blame society. He's saying it now because it's more of an afterthought. It's like, that's the course. That was the decision he made. He could have made a decision to double down on trying to do what society expected of him, but instead he chose a different path. But in the end of the day, he made a decision and he went with it. And he did the work that, you know, it does cost money to buy land. He had to invest money in that. He had to invest money in whatever home he lived, whether he had to make it himself or whether he like had somebody else build the house, or he got like one of those tiny homes or a mobile home. He had to invest in that. So how do you think he got the money for all that? Like, he worked and he saved up and he invested, you know, unless he had somebody else invest for him, well, then he got lucky. But in any case, he had to make the decision to say, I could just keep, you know, being miserable, or I can make a decision that is going to be a lot of work. It's not going to be easy. It's not easy to do homesteading and to like live off the grid. It requires a significant investment up front. And there's also like, just, you know, you have to like learn a lot. Like, there's a lot of things about living life that are just difficult. And it also means you have to sacrifice a whole bunch of things. For one, you have to save up enough money to afford it. But there's also things, if you live off the grid, there's certain things that you need to be on the grid for. I would not be able to be going through this life-saving medical care if I was, just living off the grid somewhere homeless. Like, I need to be in a situation that's, in the system. Like, I have to be living where I'm living. I have to have a place. I'm very lucky to have what I have. But at the end of the day, there's like certain situations that, it's not feasible for everyone. And not everybody is the kind of person who can do it. This guy, he's the type of person who's able to make this happen. But that doesn't mean everybody should do it. It doesn't mean and it also doesn't mean that everybody shouldn't do it. If you're the type of person who can grow your own food, handle your own, kind of stuff and live off the grid, that's a certain type of person that can handle that. But if you're the type of person who can, climb up the corporate ladder or become an entrepreneur of some sort, there's like three main paths. You go down the main path that has been kind of, standard traditional path of going to college and getting a career and climbing up the ladder. Or you could go an entrepreneurial path, which is starting your own thing, which is pretty scary and unknown because there is no path. Nobody's going to do it for you. Or you can do what he's doing, which is, it's like a middle ground, I think. It's where you're still doing a lot of work, but you can get yourself to live off the grid and you can, have renewable energy and you can have food that you can grow and stuff like that. But that does require an investment, and it's a lifestyle that not everybody can do. Just like having an entrepreneurial or self-employed lifestyle is not for everyone. And just like having like a traditional job is not for everyone. You have to find out, it's like picking a class in World of Warcraft. Every class has its specializations, and even each class has like 3 different specializations. But more, they all have their own unique things that they're good at. And so you have to say, like, at character creation, you don't get the choice of picking. You don't get to have the choice of where you're born, and your skills, you do kind of have a huge grasp over what skills you can teach yourself. But there's certain things like there are degenerative diseases and disorders. Like I have autism spectrum disorder. So that's something that I can't change. That was rolled at character creation. So, that's already decided for me. But what I do with that is going to be different than what someone else does with the same exact character sheet. I get to have the choice on how I move forward. And I think I'm starting, these past 5 years, I'm starting to make the right choices. Like, it's taken a long time, my whole entire life, and I finally started making the right decisions. And it's making my life better every single day. It doesn't always feel like it, and I know I get emotional sometimes, and I talk about how hard things are, but the difference is that I haven't given up, and I'm still working on it. I'm not saying like it's hopeless, just that it's hard.
Who are in the same position, while also teaching you how to make your own solar array and live off the grid. They set out to learn how to provide for themselves without having to fall for the lie that they've been told their whole life. Here's the thing about a liar. Their lies only work so long as you don't seek out and find the truth. And that society requires your dependence and reliance to stay relevant. The younger generation...
I almost feel like this guy is like going to sell like solar panels. Like, does he make solar panels? And does he sell them on his TikTok page? Does he advertise his website? I mean, something tells me that he's going to profit off of this video. I guarantee it. There's something that he does. Like, does he make does he make something and then he sells them and distribute, or something tells me that there's a narrative that that is built around what he's trying to sell, and everybody does this. So it's like, but something does tell me that he doesn't just live off of the land. That, if he's got a TikTok with a following and, he's clearly got something going on, that he made himself. He made it happen. It doesn't just happen for you. He made it happen. So whatever it is, I'm betting you. I don't actually know, but like I'm betting he's gonna sell something at the end of the video, like, oh, and if you need to buy if you need solar panels, you can go to my website or use my affiliate link, or even if he doesn't do it, he might get like a sponsor from like some farm or something. It's always something like that.
May not want to work their entire lives away without a glimmer of hope just to make up for the mistakes and misdeeds of their mothers and fathers. And society, at its most defensive, can call them lazy for that. But two things that they are not is quiet and stupid.
And sometimes people, there's other circumstances. Like I'm on the autism spectrum. I have autism spectrum disorder. It comes across as lazy to a lot of people, and it hurt me my entire life. And I blamed myself for it. But as soon as I realized, and I went to therapy and I started to do the hard work of acceptance, it doesn't mean that I'm lazy. It just means I can't do it the way everyone wants me to. And it's liberating, actually, when you stop trying to change something that you can't change. That my brain works a certain way, so why am I fighting so hard to make it work a way that it can never work? Why don't I just use that information and use my strengths rather than trying to force myself to make my weaknesses work? I could just build other strengths. I can build on my other strengths, which I do. I have a lot of strengths.
Last couple of years, they started hearing that they didn't have to be reliant or dependent either, and that got their attention. So I think that is why they invested in NFTs in the off-grid living and homesteading world.
Well, I mean, if you invest in NFTs, then you don't need to get a job because Elon Musk is gonna save you.
And I, for one, am going to do everything I can to answer that question. And honestly, I can't wait to see what they do with everything else that they find out.
I see what he's saying, but I feel like this is just like porn for disenfranchised millennials.
Yeah, I mean, it's copium. That's 100% right. It's giving people an excuse or validating those feelings that they have in a way that a lot of people can't really handle. And when I say that, I mean that if a lot of people will hear that validation, they'll stop trying. Because they're like, well, it's not my fault. It's society's fault, that guy said. And it's like, it's because certain type of people, I really think it's so much easier to blame someone else. It really is. And everybody does it. Nobody's safe from it. Even like the most successful people who have made the right decisions and who worked hard even. I don't, I know that people like to say don't work hard, and Asmon says that. You do have to work hard. You do. Until it works to a point where you don't have to work hard. Your goal is to not work hard, but sometimes you really just have to grind. Not all the time, but there are specific times where you need to. If you're like 3 miles away from civilization, you need to walk. You need to hike back to a place where somebody can, where you can get back to civilization. Nobody's going to walk there for you. If you're out in the middle of nowhere, all you have is a backpack with your stuff. You have to ration your own water. You're going to have to be uncomfortable because if you drink too much water, you're going to be out and you might die. It's called the American Dream because you'd have to be asleep to believe it. I love George Carlin. I actually saw he'd do a show before he died. He did a show in the Luther Burbank Center, or it's called something different now, I think.
Because like I know a lot of people that are in these positions, and I've grown up with them. And their lives are a product of their decisions, and they didn't work hard.
Yeah, and a lot of times it really is like that. Like they didn't work hard, they didn't do anything. You really got to be careful though, because I blamed myself a lot, and I still do. And it's not that I'm 100% not at fault. It's just that I didn't admit to myself that I needed help. And that things wouldn't work out for me the way it would for other people. I had to actually admit that I needed help and that I have a different kind of brain than other people. And I need to stop trying to fit in what people want me to be. And I can instead just be the best version of myself I can be. And it's going to work out. Like, it's already working out. I mean, honestly, even though this is kind of a joke, but even my live stream is picking up more views ever since I started playing World of Warcraft. Like, even that is better than what I was doing before. You know? And that's not even like my main career path. But what I'm saying is that sometimes things actually are like, you have like autism or something. So obviously even that though, like somebody else who's autistic made better decisions than I did. And maybe you could say they're better off, they're lucky, they had support, whatever. And I didn't. I didn't really have that kind of support. I had a different kind of support. I had people who really loved me my whole life, and I also had people who, you know, yelled at me and lectured me, and made me feel like I was a failure. But that has nothing to do with me, and I can't control that, so I may as well... I mean, obviously it's important to remember that, to put things in perspective, especially when I start blaming myself. But I can't blame other people either, because that's a different problem to fall in, and it's only going to hurt you. It's not going to help anybody to like blame everybody, especially yourself. Especially yourself. But definitely don't blame other people either, because it's not, I mean, what is it going to do? It's basically just circle jerking. Like, it's just saying, oh, look, this is why I am the way I am. This is why I'm a loser. Instead of just doing something about it. I mean, do something. I'm going to tell you right now, complaining about it on the internet is not doing something. I mean, it's better than nothing at all. It's better than ending your life. But if you have any other option besides ending your life, which everybody does, but if you have any other option besides complaining about it on the internet, by all means, do that instead. But sometimes all you can really do is be in the moment, and sometimes in the moment all you can do is complain, and sometimes that complaining puts things in perspective for you, because then you can like look back at what you wrote later or what you said, like I've done with my streams, or I've done with, you know, my Discord chats. I've been banned from Asmongold's Discord for that exact reason. Oh yeah, you've watched him before? Yeah, he seems pretty cool. This is the only time I've seen his videos, when Asmon popped up on my YouTube feed. I forgot what I was saying.
Hard in school. They didn't go to college and take it seriously. They didn't do the things that they were supposed to do. And their life isn't what they want it to be. And so how is that society's fault? I'm not hearing that he's wrong. Well, I don't think that it's society's fault that some people are fucking losers. I don't.
Yeah, it's not society's fault. It may not even be your fault. Like I said, sometimes you're born with something like autism or something, and it just... You didn't really get the greatest dice roll, but you got a dice roll somewhere else that most people don't have. Focus on that. And that's what I'm getting a little emotional here. That's what I've had to learn over these past 5 years. That there's things in me that are so powerful. People would give anything to have the skills that I have. But I don't know how to use them, because that's one of the skills I don't have. I don't know how to actually make things work. But you know what I can do? I can ask for help. I can seek out people who can help me figure out what to do with them, which is what I did. I got a therapist. I applied to programs. I'm working with people. Some of those programs didn't work out too well, but I'm seeking out additional programs that are going to have more resources. But in the end of the day, you can either choose to work with what you got and use your strengths, or you can choose to not try at all and to just blame everybody else and make yourself feel better by saying, oh, look, see, it's not my fault, it's society's fault, or it's because I'm autistic, or it's because I had, you know, like a disability of some sort. Other than, you know, I have disabilities, but I could either complain about it or cry about it or be upset about it, in whatever way and complain about it all the time, or I can do something about it. What I was talking about earlier is I actually got banned from Asmongold's Discord for complaining about it. So it's not going to help you one fucking bit. It's going to make you feel better about yourself, and it's going to, help you feel not as alone, which if you're, first of all, if you're thinking about, if you have like, suicidal thoughts, please call a therapist and like an emergency hotline. I know it doesn't sound like it can help, but it really, if you're actually feeling like you are completely alone and you're feeling those thoughts, call somebody, and especially somebody who's qualified to help you through it. It sucks because it's like, it feels like you should be able to talk to someone that isn't some stranger. A therapist is even hard for a lot of people to get. Because you have to be able to connect with your therapist on a personal level, that at least you have to feel that they actually get you and not that they're just someone talking at you, which a good therapist will actually allow you to kind of steer the ship. I guess it's just case by case situation, depending on exactly what the situation is and what the agreement with the therapist is. Like, is it a therapist, or is it like a coach, or is it like somebody who's going to be like a trainer of some sort? And if that's the case, they're going to be more active in teaching you something. But that's not the same as a therapist. A therapist is there to, give you counsel and to have somebody who's qualified to bounce ideas off of and to help formulate a plan. But you're going to be doing the most of the work. A therapist isn't going to do it for you. But people do care, and it does feel like you're not as alone when people listen and they understand and they can empathize, or at the very least they can sympathize with your situation. And I know this because that's how I used Discord for the longest time, because I didn't really know where to. I really felt alone. I felt like nobody listened. I felt like the only place that people would even have it, even see what I would have to say would be on Discord. I would go into Discord channels like Asmongold's Discord, and I would go into his venting channel where I had pretty much, it was pretty lenient. And then it made me really upset when even Asmongold's Discord banned me, when he has a pretty lenient set of rules as far as being able to have freedom of speech. And I understand why I got banned. The mods didn't want to deal with me repeating myself so many times, because I'm having this autistic brain where I just repeat things over and over and over in a different way, but like it's still the same general thing. Because I didn't know how else to process this stuff. I would do stuff on stream to talk about, but it got really tiring, and a lot of the time I wasn't, I didn't really have anything else but Discord. But, that's not going to lead anywhere except for making you feel miserable. It might give you a little bit of support, and it might be the smallest boost, just to vent to somebody who cares in an appropriate place. That can really help too. But in the end of the day, venting over and over and over again isn't going to do anything to solve the problem. And the thing about me is I think people understand this about me, but I'm not venting in place of doing the work. I'm just doing the work and venting, because I don't really know how else to get through this sometimes, except for just to talk through it. Like, I'm going through a lot of difficult changes. Like, my transition related stuff is actually the easiest thing going on in my life right now. It has been absolute success after success after success. And the difficulty I've had in my life are all the other things. Because those things, I don't know. I know that I need to get my surgery to actually be able to have a chance. Because if I'm only like a quarter alive, how am I supposed to be the best version of myself I can be? And if I can't be the best version of myself I can be, I'm that much less likely to succeed. Not that I can't, but I need to min-max all the things that are going to be in my favor. And I need to like minimize the things that I can't control and maximize the things that I can.
I think that sometimes people own their own failure, and it's because of their own lack of action or their own lack of effort. I'll give you some examples.
So like, a lot of the times there's two stages that you can have. You either know that you're not doing enough, or you don't know that you're not doing enough. And a lot of the times people know that they're not doing enough. And that in and of itself is something that needs to be addressed before you can do anything else. If you can't even get yourself to log out of World of Warcraft and go for a walk, or, you know, do something that will actually make your life better, I'm going to tell you it starts with your health. If you can't do anything else, you know, nobody's telling you to go apply to 50 jobs a day or whatever. You don't even have to apply to a single job a day. If your goal is to get a job, then maybe that would be a good fucking idea. But if your goal is to actually invest in yourself, go for a 15-minute walk instead of just playing more World of Warcraft. 15 fucking minutes. If you can play World of Warcraft for 12 hours straight, you can walk for 15 minutes down the street and back. That's 7.5 minutes away and 7.5 minutes back. Set an alarm for 7 minutes and 30 seconds. And as soon as you start walking away from your house, start that clock. And when the alarm goes off, walk back home. And then you can log back in. And just do that once a day. I'm telling you, doing that, it leads to going on more walks. It leads to you maybe tidying up your room. It leads you maybe to applying for a few jobs, if that's what you need. Obviously, in my situation, I have a plan, and I'm sticking to the goddamn plan. I am smart. I'm working smart and not harder. Because if I wanted to work hard, I could. But it's not going to be doing me any good. What's going to be doing me good is following my plan that I have laid out to me, that I've sought counsel for, that I've had therapists discussed with my therapist, that I've discussed with my team, that I've discussed with my family, and I've taken all the information, and as dismal as it can sometimes seem, as impossible as it can sometimes seem, I got a really fucking good plan, and I'm going to stick to it. And I'm doing that right now, literally just waiting, keeping my health, going out on walks, going on bike rides, eating right, and just chilling out on my computer, fucking around on World of Warcraft, and watching Asmongold talk about some shit. This is part of my plan. I factored this into my plan. I'm not just randomly doing this. I know what I'm doing. I don't just do things just because anymore. Once you really start to work smart and not hard, you don't have to even try. You know that you factored in that there's going to be a couple hours during the day where you're going to be able to do absolutely dog shit to do any kind of real life progress, because you need that. You need to have time where you just completely recharge. And it might be taking a nap, it might be reading a book, it might just be watching YouTube or playing World of Warcraft. But if you factor that time in, it doesn't matter how many things you got going on. As long as you can factor that in, you're not screwing up. Now, if you stop doing things that you need to be doing in favor of doing the screwing up, then you got a problem, and you got to reassess, and you got to make a better plan. Because if you can't follow your plan's too difficult. Like I said, you don't have to make any plan except for going 15 minutes a day for walk, and as long as you do that every day, you already succeeded. And it sounds stupid, and you're like, oh, whatever, but try it. Like, if all you're doing is playing World of Warcraft, fucking around, smoking weed, whatever the fuck, nobody's telling you to quit those things. You don't have to, unless that's your goal. But if that isn't your goal, even if that isn't your goal, if you still want to play World of Warcraft, if you still want to fuck around, if you still want to smoke weed, then at least take 15 minutes out of that to actually go out on a walk. And no matter what, just own that. That you can check that box off every day. And it will lead to more success. I guarantee it. And I've designed my life around that strategy. And I'm continuing to do that. And it's just getting better and better. And it gets easier. Because now I can just say, you know, for example, making those diet changes and the exercise changes to get my insulin levels, to get my blood glucose levels to where they needed to be for surgery, to get back on the schedule, I fixed it in a single month, lowered my A1C by 0.5 points, which, if you don't understand much about A1C, is a very difficult thing to do. 0.5 points is insane. It would have only been more insane if I got down a whole point. 0.5 points on A1C because it's a 3-month average is absolutely insane. And I worked hard to get there. But it wasn't hard work, if that makes any sense. I just said, okay, well, instead of this, I need to do this. Instead of this, I need to do this. Instead of this, I need to do this. And I could I could have been even more strict about it and got like a chart with like a calendar and said, okay, at 7 to 7:30, I do this. At 7:30 to 8, I do this. I mean, I'm not there yet. I'm not at that level of min-maxing because that wouldn't really help me as much. And what will help me is doing what I did, which is just make the changes. Actually just get started. Don't wait until it's perfect. Just do it. And I know it's stupid that people think about it, but it's actually true. The Nike thing, the just do it, it really is that simple. You don't have to be perfect. That comes with time. And you know more information to be able to make those min-max decisions. I need to take some insulin.
The reason my teeth rotted out is because I didn't brush my teeth a lot and I drank a lot of soda. The reason I didn't get a job whenever I was younger is because I didn't put enough effort into it and I put my availability around my raid times. The reason why I didn't get good grades in school is because I didn't give a fuck. None of these things are society's fault. These are my decisions. Like, for example, the reason why I'm not in shape is because I haven't made working out a priority in my life. Now, whose fault is that? You could say that's society's fault. I could blame it on, 10 other people. But at the end of the day, it's my life. It's my fault.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people will hear that, and I know where he's getting at. At least I'm pretty sure I know. All this stuff is really good advice, and it's really hard to get it unless you've actually made the changes. And then later on, you're like, oh, that's what all those people in my life meant. And the problem is it doesn't have to... The delivery is everything. Because I know what he's saying is just, it should be common sense stuff. But everybody who's been struggling in their life has heard this from somebody. And everybody who says this kind of advice... And obviously he's a streamer, so it's a bit of a different situation. I think he's doing a perfect job because he's saying the advice people don't want to hear. The problem, though, is that advice isn't going to help you. You can have all the perfect knowledge in the world. It's not going to fucking help you. And so I feel like people get discouraged when they hear things like, nobody, all this kind of stuff about, you need to make a plan. You need to work, you need to make sure that you succeed by, coming up with a plan and executing the steps because you have to make it a priority. Everyone's who's ever struggled in life, at least with, the succeeding and stuff like that, has heard that from somebody, usually a parent or an older sibling or an uncle or an aunt or somebody who's, like a mentorship, even by the loosest definition of it. Everybody who's struggled has heard that from somebody. So I think coming up with like the perspective without just relying on, oh, you'll figure it out when you figure it out, because that's kind of ridiculous. I think trying to figure out like how to apply this, it starts with not thinking, because the gut reaction when you hear somebody give this kind of advice, which is good advice, is that you get defensive and you start blaming yourself, and then you start feeling like it's impossible because, oh, this person can't possibly know what I'm going through. This person has no idea what they're talking about. And it's like they do, they just don't know about. It's true that they don't know what they're talking about as far as it goes to you, but as soon as you start thinking like that, you've already failed because you started. Instead of asking the questions that you need to ask, you started shutting down and defending yourself and doubling down on the behavior that you're already doing. And when you start doing that, it's going to be even harder for you to get out. It's at least going to stay the same. And so it starts with understanding that when people say that you're not succeeding because you're not making this a priority, or because you're not doing what you need to do, that you're not, doing what, all these things that you have to do, or that, you're being a loser or something like that. It means that in the absolute, like, purest form, it literally means that if you don't do these things, then things won't change. It's not trying to say that you're a loser. It's that if you're making these decisions, it puts you in the situation that you're in. But you can tweak with those settings. And that's the hard part, but at least you know that it's possible. And your definition of success has to start step by step, and it has to start a lot lower. Like I said, just go out for a 15-minute walk every single day and notice within even like a few days, your whole entire life is going to feel different. And if you continue that, make it so easy that you can't possibly fail. 15 minutes? Anybody can find 15 fucking minutes to walk. Okay, and this is barring any physical disability, but if you have a physical disability, you already have people figuring out with you, hopefully, what your steps are. Like, you know, you need to be doing some kind of physical therapy, or, you know, anything like that. Like, you have somebody already there with you, hopefully. At the very least, you're going to have different limits, but you're still working within the ratio of who you are and what you're capable of. It doesn't matter where you're at. You're still able to do your best. And your best might not be as effective as somebody else's best, but you can't work with what somebody else does. You can only work with what you do. It's that simple. And if you take away the emotions from it, which is hard, but if you take away the emotions from it, when people give you advice, just think about it literally, like objectively as possible, like a robot told you. And it's so easy to get defensive and emotional because, you know, these are really heavy things that people deal with. But the further away you get from the emotions, the better off you're going to be. I'm telling you that right now. Think about things as, if you do this, then this happens. If you do this, then this happens. Regardless of whatever that outcome is as attached emotionally to you, whether it's like, if you eat potato chips, you're going to feel like shit. If you eat carrots, you're going to feel probably better. You know, those are two different things. Neither of those is like required of you. Nobody's going to like shoot you in the face with a gun if you don't eat carrots. Nobody's going to make you do it. But if that's important to you because you don't want to feel like shit, because you don't want to eat junk food, then you have to make that decision. Am I going to snack on carrots, which are super healthy and, you know, very low impact on your glycemic index and all that kind of stuff, has high fiber? You know, it's a healthy choice compared to potato chips. You're going to have to make that sacrifice. And it might start with like, hey, maybe before you eat the potato chips, eat a few carrots. You can still eat the potato chips, but at least start with the carrots. And it's like just those little teeny tiny things added one on top of another, one small achievable task at a time. And over time, you just kind of just level up. You get like something started, like everyone starts at level 1. You're not going to be going in raids at level 1. You kill like wolves and shit. Or scorpions, or whatever the fuck. Yeah, the people in chat always say, Asmon is clueless here. He finally talking like a person with a massive bank account. That argument is a non-argument because there are things that he has struggles with. For example, he just said about this. He like lost all of his teeth. Like he fucking like failed miserably in so many things. It's really hard for him to get out of the house. He has a lot of money, but money doesn't solve all your problems. I don't think he's forgotten where he's come from at all. I mean, he grew up in like a working class family. And also it's just, the thing is everybody has a unique situation. And once you start telling yourself that, and I know this personally, and this is why I agree 100% with Asmon here. Once you start going down the route of blaming other people for your problems and saying, oh, this other person has it better, so what if they have it better? That does nothing to do with you, and it's not going to help you at all except for make you feel miserable. Because I can say, oh, Asmongold could fix my life with a click of a button. And he could. Not really fix my life, but he could fix my bank account. If he came onto my stream, clicked the donate button, and gave me $1 million, that would make a huge fucking dent in my success goals. Okay? But that's not gonna fucking happen. And even if it did, you give $1 million to two different people. One of those people is gonna do something good with that money, and another person might not do so well with it. It's all about mindset. You know, if you have the $1 million, if you have the skills that a millionaire had in order to become a millionaire, there's so many skills that none of us who are not in Asmon's situation have absolutely zero idea. We have absolutely zero idea of the actual skills and steps that he took, because so many of them were behind closed doors, or just like little teeny tiny things that you can't possibly quantitate or whatever. There's so many little decisions that he made that he could have made different decisions and he would not be where he's at. If he didn't make YouTube videos at all, if he just kept playing WoW in his freaking mom's house and just living off of, unemployment and shit, trying to get money off the government, he wouldn't have done anything with his life. But he started a YouTube channel and he made, with whatever the shitty quality computer stuff he had, he made videos about World of Warcraft, like some guides and stuff, and show off his mount with his dirty ass room with fucking flies and shit, mold. Yeah, I mean, if you actually, I think a lot of this, obviously the avocado thing, I'd be surprised about how much is actually, he's not even like doing this for content. Like, he literally just didn't know that an avocado seed was real. Like, I think that may have been just for content. But the thing is, there's always somebody who has it better than you. And he even says this too, and I agree with him. What if you were born in North Korea? Would you be here on Twitch chat telling me that Asmon has everything? Would you be sitting here with your Twitch account, like, living in luxury with your internet connection? Where if you're in North Korea, the internet is controlled by the government. If you commit any kind of crime at all, which some crimes are just, even listening to South Korean music is like punishable by like death or like life in prison. And like your family members will also get punished for it. Yeah, I think maybe he and I don't know. It's hard to tell, because even he says that people would be surprised that this isn't for content. Like, he literally is just fucking nuts. But I almost think that, like, well, he could be just doing that in character. I don't know, man. I think he's really good at what he does. He found whatever worked for him and he just rolled with it. And it takes being honest with yourself and being humble enough to admit that you have weaknesses, but you also have strengths. And I have strengths that Asmongold can never have. And he has strengths that I can never have. But he could never be me. He would cower in fear. He probably wouldn't have survived it. I'm surprised I survived it. That I'm here, going through what I'm going through, instead of being a little fucking bitch and giving up on myself. Instead of doing that, I said, I'm gonna fucking do what needs to be done. I don't care if the world doesn't fucking accept trans people. I can't fucking live without doing this. I don't give a fuck anymore. I don't care if every single person on the planet wants to see me dead. At least I can live with myself.
And so I think that really the self-reliance...
I'm not new to Asmongold. I've been watching him for a while. He's definitely a streamer. Surprisingly, magically does it off stream. I think he plays it up for content, man. I mean, think about it. Look how mad you are. Look how mad you are, Booper. Think about it. Think how mad you are. That's why he does it. He's really good at what he does. He triggers people. He's a professional. He's the master baiter. I'm not saying you're mad. What I'm saying is that you're focused. You're fixated on it. You're talking about him. And when people talk about him, especially on Twitter, what do you think happens? People say, hey, who is this guy? Asmongold. I think I'm gonna watch his YouTube channel. They watch his YouTube channel, and guess what happens? People who've never heard of Asmongold are gonna see him in their YouTube feed. This guy is a fucking genius at being a fucking troll lord. This guy is an absolute fucking genius, and nobody can do what he does. Because you have to be like okay with being a shitlord. It's not easy. People say like, oh yeah, OnlyFans girls, they can just whip out their tits and make money. Well, why don't you whip out your tits? Like, they make excuses like, oh yeah, but you know, it's like, it only works for her because she's hot. And it's like, okay, well, you're not hot with that attitude. You're the fucking like biggest loser in the world if you think that other people being attractive is going to prevent you from being successful. The real answer is that you don't want to do OnlyFans. So like, why would these people like get mad at other people for being successful? So it's like, in that similar sense, if people aren't successful at social media, it's because you have to be like Asmongold. Like, you have to be willing to put yourself into the algorithm in a way where people will just shit on you all the fucking time. And he likes it because he knows that that translates to dollars. And also, maybe it entertains him because maybe he's a sick fuck who just, like, takes pleasure in this shit. But in the same sense, can you say that that's a bad thing? I mean, I take pleasure in people watching me do sexual stuff online. How's that any different? Not everybody can, and you know, some people take pleasure in going to a 40-hour work week, going to a 9 to 5, because they're like, I have a schedule, I have a boss who's in charge of me, I don't have to worry about medical, you know, my medical, I don't have to worry about dental, you know, they're able to, they know exactly what they're going to do when they show up to work, they're going to be there from 9 to 5, they go home, they take care of their family or themselves in whatever way they want to, and they like that consistency, and they're okay with doing that, because even though it's a difficult job, or it's boring, or it's soul crushing, they would rather have that stability, because that is what they're doing it for. They're doing it for, it's the kind of person that can handle that. A certain type of person can be a social media pissing hydrant. Okay, like, he's the fire hydrant, and all the people on Twitter and all the people talking about him, which adds into the algorithm. Like, the things you're saying are not unique. I hope you know that. People will say this on Twitter all fucking day, these same exact talking points you have. Think about how that must help him. If he's getting people triggered so hard that they're it's not even, when I say triggered, I mean like, you're thinking about him and you're focused on things that are about him, which is like the goal of a social media content creator.
I think that he brings up a good point, and there's a lot of people that feel the same way that he does. But I think that also one big factor of this is that people, I don't think, are really designed to live such an abstracted life from what they are made to do.
Yeah, we're definitely evolved to like live like out in the wilderness and like caves and shit. And like, we're like on the internet, like talking about someone's Instagram page. You know, the only thing that we're doing that is primal is all the sexual stuff, sexualizing our bodies and stuff, because that's primal. And I think, you know, people, the reason why some people have like some really like unhealthy habits, like some people just watch way too much fucking porn, or they just way too hypersexual, and to the point of like they're just inappropriate around other people. And it's not just men, but it's usually men. But you know, like harassing women and like, you know, stalking women and all this shit. It's not even about sex all the time. Sometimes it's just because people want to not be alone. They want closeness, they want intimacy. But here's the thing, is this isn't something that that comes from, you know, our instinct was evolved to just take what we want. And if, but ideally people would just, have it given to you. But we went above our evolution by coming up with technology because that's what our brains evolved to do. Our brains evolved to solve problems, and we solved a lot of problems, but we still haven't solved a lot of these primal problems. Like being able to, a lot of the social anxiety and all the shit that we have is because we're so idle and we're so comfortable. We have the internet to and we're, we have the internet, we have cars and all sorts of shit that, even if you're homeless, you're still better off as far as survivability than someone from 1,000 years ago. Where you'd have to worry about dying of exposure and wild animals attacking you and people mugging you and killing you for your stuff, without any legal repercussion, without any protection. Thousands of years ago, that's how we evolved, is we had to evolve to survive out in the wild. And now we don't have to do that anymore. Even some of the poorest people in the world don't have to do what people 1,000 years ago had to do. So, what does our mind do with all that energy? There's a whole bunch of videos and there's a whole bunch of research on this. It's really fascinating stuff, how the human brain works. We have to consciously utilize these things by going out on retreats, by going camping, by going rucksacking and all this shit, going fishing and doing all this stuff, because that part of our brain needs to be exercised. And if you're not exercising it by some other means, then you need to do it the old-fashioned way to kind of force it. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's it's a kind of content, it's not everybody. I'm not trying to say that everybody can be successful doing something. Obviously, 45K views, by the way, is also a lot. What I'm trying to say is that everybody is unique to themselves, and you can't say that because someone else is successful that means they're out of touch, or that they don't have anything that you can learn from. That there's always something that somebody has that is better than you. But there's also things that they're not as good at. And Asmongold could probably learn from me about a few things. Or maybe he already is. Maybe you're Asmongold. I don't fucking know. Maybe he's watching me right now, trying to figure out how I think, because maybe he admires me secretly. And he's like, I wish I could have her kind of confidence. I wish I could do what she does. Because she has 0 fucking viewers. She's chatting with 1 person in chat, and she's just fucking still going forward with her life and not letting anybody hold her down. Imagine how other people might feel about that. And someone like him, he kind of just poop socked his way to victory, and he got a lot of help too. He got a lot of people, he got people uploading him his streams on YouTube after a while. He did good on YouTube first, and then he started streaming, and a lot of the YouTube viewers kind of came over to his Twitch because he was already successful on YouTube. He was kind of an early adopter, where pretty much having an unregistered Hypercam 2 actually kind of gave you a huge advantage. Recording World of Warcraft strategy videos and stuff like that. He did stuff like that, and he got successful on YouTube, and then he moved that over to Twitch. And believe it or not, you don't just get viewers on Twitch. You get viewers from somewhere else, and those viewers he already earned. He didn't just grow overnight. He grew his YouTube channel, which is also really hard to do. It was also hard to do back then. It wasn't like it was easier back then because it was so new. There was a ton of people making videos, and only so many people got successful. And a lot of it is luck of the draw. But if you really look down to it, I really don't think it's luck. I think it's just, it appears like luck, because there's so many little teeny tiny things that you can't really quantify. Oh yeah, Pirate Software for sure. Yeah, that guy's super awesome. He worked at Blizzard. He has success not because he's streaming, but because he knows what he's talking about. He was in the industry. He has a perspective that most people never have. He had to work his way up to doing what he did. I don't know much about him. You'd have to tell me, or I'd have to find out more in a different video. But needless to say, nobody is just the product of their end result. You get somewhere. Right, yeah, YouTube Shorts. He capitalized on YouTube Shorts. You know, anybody can. Even my YouTube Shorts get a couple thousand views sometimes. I'm not really trying to hit the YouTube algorithm. I'm just kind of doing my thing because I have different goals. I'm not trying to get successful as a streamer. I'm just doing streaming as an aid to my life so I can achieve at other things. Calm down, Booper. Jeez.
Like, you think about even 100 years.
How can you say that Asmongold is dumb at real life? Like, he's like owns multiple orgs. Like, what the fuck? Obviously, there's something going on that he's not showing on camera. Think about it. Like, how can anybody possibly own OTK, be a co-owner of OTK, one of the owners of Starforge, Mad Mushroom, Mythic Gaming, like he was already successful as a YouTuber and a streamer, and he managed to start all these business ventures. If he was dumb, he would not be able to do that. And to chalk it all up to, oh, he just had everything handed to him. You could hand somebody, like, have you seen the movie Arthur? It's like a billionaire playboy. Just get, you know, he has a huge alcoholism problem and his whole life is fucked. And then he gets his money cut off from him. And guess what happens when his money gets cut off from him? He has to figure shit out. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make them drink. If you gave me $1 million, I guarantee you I would not be able to do as much with that $1 million as this man on stream right here. I guarantee it. He would be able to do something with $1 million that I can never even imagine at this moment. You can give me all the money you want. It doesn't solve the problems of that, you know, the lack of ability to have gotten that money organically. Someone who earned that money, that millions of dollars, had to have become a certain type of person in order to be. You don't just make $1 million. Like, you have to maneuver the world a certain way to make these conditions happen. And you don't just get handed those things. Sometimes people do. But, like, even then, you can hand two different people $1 million. One of those people is going to be successful with it. The other person might not. Yeah, he's got tons of problems that he has to solve that none of us can know about. He's your childhood hero? Why is he your hero? I mean, the thing is he had to get somebody to coach him. If he paid someone to do that. He got successful on his own, but then he had to get help. And what have I done? Did I get all this help on my own? I sought counsel. I went to a therapist. I went to a doctor to get me connected to resources so that I could actually make changes in my life. And now I'm about to have my final surgery. That didn't just fucking happen. I had to make it happen. I had to get counsel. Getting help makes you smart. You need people to guide you. I don't know where this like idea that you have to be so smart that you have to do things on your own in order to be considered useful. If he was a useless person, he wouldn't have gotten help. He would have just let his YouTube fizzle like so many other YouTube content creators do. You see it all the fucking time. You see someone go up high in the algorithm, they fuck it all up. They like invested in NFTs or some bullshit. They have some scandal, or they start an NFT and they scam people out of it. Oh, in the Thor movie? Yeah, I mean, I don't actually know if that's true, but I mean, if you have two different people can have $1 million and one person can lose it and one person can double it. Oh, Arthur. Yeah, Arthur. It's about like a billionaire playboy, and in the second one, he loses all of his access to his like his dad's money or whatever. Calm down. Calm down, Booper. I'm gonna call you Solid because you named yourself Solid. You seen the movie Before I Was Born? I saw it when I was like 7, I think. I actually saw Arthur 2, which is where that movie storyline is. Like, I think the first one, it's a different storyline. It's like he has to kind of change in order to like have a relationship. But in the second one, they're gonna have a kid, and then he loses all his money, and then he has to like get a job. Wait, what's this? Thor, get help. Oh, this is this one.
Loki, I thought the world of you. I thought we were gonna fight side by side forever, but at the end of the day, you're you and I'm me. I don't know, maybe there's still good in you, but let's be honest, our paths diverged a long time ago.
Yeah. It's probably for the best that we never see each other again.
That's what you always wanted. Hey, let's do get help.
What?
Get help.
No.
Come on, you love it.
I hate it.
It's great, it works every time.
It's humiliating.
Do you have
Oh, right, yeah, the get help strategy. Yeah. Yeah, the funny thing is that as soon as they accept who they are, like as soon as it's what I was saying earlier, you have to accept that everybody has strengths and weaknesses. But Thor and Loki have completely different personalities and completely different strengths and completely different weaknesses, but they can still work together in that exact scene, using the get help. Like, because they can work together because they know that they can't change each other. But you don't need to change people. You just know how to work with people. And I feel like it might be possible for me to get help with certain things that I struggle with. I'm really good at following directions. I'm really good at like working hard. I'm not so good at finding how to wriggle through the social structure of the world, how to get people to give you handshakes, like in the business world. I'm not so good at making things happen. I'm good at doing things once the situation is there, but I'm not so good at making that situation possible. But all I have to do is wriggle my way around enough until I can get to a point where I won't need to worry about that anymore. Either because I learned how to do it better or because I paid someone else to do it for me. I've never taken care of anybody. Everybody's always taken care of me. He's not, though. You're really not understanding the situation. You know nothing about him in his personal life and how he got here, except for what he's talked about on stream and what's available publicly. But you don't have the kind of knowledge, the intimate knowledge of the day-to-day things that none of us will possibly ever know, and none of us should know, because it's just his life. I think Solid just really thinks that Asmon doesn't deserve his success. He 100% deserves it because he has it. If he didn't deserve it, he wouldn't have it. That's really all there is to it. You could say that it's luck, but you can have two people have the same circumstances and have different results. I mean, how he presents himself, that's part of his act. Like, it's part of his character. And it might be a version of himself that he's just kind of figured out how to, kind of make into a larger than life persona as a performance, but it's still him. And even if it's not, then it's a really good performance. In any case, we don't really know. If you do something really well, it doesn't really matter if it's real or not, because it ends up being whatever it is. So I think that whole argument that like you're lost, you're not seeing the forest for the trees, you're getting lost in all these details that don't matter. Strip all that stuff away, strip all your preconceived notions about somebody, look at what they're saying, and then look at how where they are and how they got there, and try to take away judgment from that, because there's things that you don't know about. Things that if you knew about, you'd be able to make a better decision. And then ask yourself why you even need to make that judgment in the first place. Why does it matter if Asmon, like, you know, got successful by accident or through his hard work? It kind of matters because you want to believe that you can make something work, and it's easier to blame someone else when you're not doing so well, because then it's harder to actually accept that maybe you failed because you didn't do the right things. It's easier to say, well, I did all the right things, but I'm not where that person is. Well, it's because you didn't do the right things. Have you ever thought about that? Like, have you ever thought that maybe the things that you've done aren't as effective as you think they are? That maybe if you look at things from a rational, cold, emotionless way and be very truthful with yourself and stop making excuses, that you, and I'm not talking about like some kind of shame or anything, because get rid of the shame too. You're not going to do anything with that shame except for feel bad and fail harder. What you need to do is start to ask yourself, are the things that I'm doing effective or are they not? And if they are, it doesn't always mean, like, you could be doing effective things. Like I am doing effective things right now. Could I be doing more? Probably. But I'm doing effective things in my life right now. But it's a matter of time that things need to line up correctly and things need to come to fruition. There are things that are in the oven right now in my life that I just need to wait until the alarm goes off so I can turn off the oven and let it sit. There's some things that I could probably be doing better, but if I have to really ask myself, do I want the cake to fall flat? If I keep opening the oven to check the temperature, or I can just trust that if I set the right ingredients with this correct amount and put it in the oven at the right temperature and just let it do its thing, that I need to trust that it's going to come out the way it's supposed to because I followed the recipe. But you have to ask yourself, are the things you're doing actually part of the recipe? And are you doing enough that you could just trust in it and not try to constantly tweak and min-max? Because if you go to the point where you're constantly trying to tweak and min-max, like I have been wont to do, where I keep constantly trying to adjust things because I'm not seeing things fast enough. Like I've been working on a 5-year plan and I'm almost to the end of that. But I haven't, my 5-year plan involved a really intricate medical thing that not many people get to do. Not many people who are going through what I go through are where I'm at right now. I'm basically somebody that, as a person who has no access to transgender medicine, they would look at me the same way that other people who are poor might look at Asmon, because they're like, oh, he's a millionaire, he has everything. People will look at me and say, oh, she's about to get her bottom surgery, she's only waited 4.5 years. I had to wait 16 years, or I've been waiting for 16 years and I can't get it. And, she's doing so much better. I really wish I could be her. There's people right now wishing they could be me. As poor as I am not poor in some areas. No, OnlyFans is hard work. You're banned. You have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. So here's the thing. People have absolutely no idea what they're talking about. Do you have any idea how hard it is to be a successful YouTuber? If it were so easy, you'd be doing it. Like, it's not just luck. Like, you have to, tweak everything so that your luck actually works. Like, if you don't buy a lottery ticket, you're not going to win the lottery. I don't think it's the same as trying to win the lottery, but buying the ticket could be translated to, okay, well, I made sure to take an acting class. I talked to some people who could be editors. I came up with a plan on what content to make. I made sure that all my equipment was good enough. But you did something, right? Somebody who has a plan and somebody who does not have a plan, who do you think's more likely to succeed? Someone who has people in their corner, people that they can call an editor, people who can help them plan videos, people who can help them film videos. You have like a storyboard, you do the work that you need to do to actually say, okay, I'm going to make a video about this, and these are the talking points I'm going to have. I'm going to research people who do similar videos. I'm going to watch what they do. I'm going to look at what works and what doesn't. And I'm going to take what works for my style, because what works for someone else might not work for me. And then you do that, you upload the video. It's going to do significantly better than someone who just opened up their phone and was like, hey, I have a thing I want to talk about. Okay. Yeah, I don't really like that thing, and I know that you guys want to watch Asmongold, Asmongold, but you know, yeah, I think he's dumb, and he's only good because he's a millionaire. If he was like me, he would be fucked. And if I was in his shoes, I'd be doing way better. So like and subscribe if you hate Asmon fuck, and you know what I'm saying? Like, do you see what I'm saying here? Like, is it that insane what I'm saying? And just like that, like, people think that OnlyFans is easy. Like, if you think OnlyFans is easy, then just don't go do it. Go do it. Come back to me in 2 months and tell me how much money you're making. And they're like, oh yeah, but that's different because you're female. And you know, it's like, you know, I'm you know, first of all, I have a trans feminine body, which, you know, is pretty successful. You know, I'm successful, but not because of my body. It's because of me. Because I'm the type of person who can do that kind of content even without any training. If you're not the kind of person who can do that, then you're not going to be successful. If you don't know what your audience wants, if you don't play into their fantasies, if you don't, you have to know what they want. It doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what genitals you have. It doesn't matter if you're female or male. I know usually females, content creators on OnlyFans do better, but that's because the audience is largely male, and it's easy to tell what males want. And if you know what males want, you could also succeed as a male because your audience are going to primarily be male. And if you know what males want and you deliver what males want, you're going to get male subscribers. But are you willing to do that? Are you willing to have male people come to you, literally, and on DMs, send their dick pics to you, and then have you comment back? Are you willing to reply back to hundreds and hundreds of dick pics? Are you willing to make videos spreading your butt cheeks and putting a dildo in it for a bunch of dudes? If you're not, then don't fucking tell me that OnlyFans is easy, because you could do it too, if you're a guy even. And you know, a lot of women don't do too well either because they're not comfortable with doing that type of content, and it comes across. It really does. You need to have a certain type of personality to do it. You have to really like it. Well, why don't you go do it? You don't know that. You're assuming that. You have absolutely no idea what it takes to actually do.
Years ago, like how much of a difference it was from, like, you know, if you lived in the year 10,000 BC, you probably lived about the same as a person that lived in the year 9,000 BC. It probably wasn't that much different.
And you know what the thing is after my surgery, I'm going to be less appealing as a trans feminine body, but I'm not going to let that stop me. Most people looking for trans feminine bodies are looking for a dick girl. And that's just the way it is. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Oh yeah, well, I'm getting surgery, so that means I'm not going to be as appealing, so I'm not even going to try. Like, fuck that. What about all the women who are born with vaginas? I just have to compete with them. It's not a competition it's only a competition if you make it a competition. Just win. That's all there is to it. Just win. You don't need to worry about other people. It's not a zero-sum game. Just win.
But now the world is changing so fast. Things are evolving so fast. You know, even things that were 10 years ago normal are seen as archaic now, and people can't keep up with that. Things are so abstract, you don't even know what chickens, you know, what a chicken tender is. It's like the shape of something that's not even a chicken. It turns into paste.
Yeah, so basically, like, there's so much shit processed nowadays because people are min-maxing for profit. It's absolutely disgusting, but people are going to keep buying it. Some people never tasted anything other than processed foods their whole entire life. As soon as you give them real food, it's over. They're like, where the fuck, like what the fuck is this? They're like, either they hate it or they're like, whoa, like it's life-changing. Like they'll eat it and they're like, why was I eating all this shit before? But you know, it's like it's just like, it's like you give Asmon a fucking pineapple and he fucking loses his fucking mind,
etc. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of ways. Those boomers were able to buy a house and their education and less than a Burger King job. That's a bad perspective. Imagine you're born in some poor conditions. Society gives a shit about those kids.
Yeah, it's like, obviously it's so easy to be in chat, and I've been here, by the way. I've been in this mindset before of just saying, oh yeah, but what about this? Oh yeah, but what about this? It's not that that's invalid. It's very important to recognize the challenges you have, because if you don't, you're not going to be able to overcome them. To say that like, oh yeah, but like I have it worse because of this, and it's like, okay, nobody's saying you don't have it worse. But it's like all you can do is work with what you have. And there's no, and as much as people would like to help, they just can't. Everybody's living their own life and they're trying to deal with what they have. And you could say that like, oh, you know, I get bitter too. I see people with those big, I go for a bike ride and I go through the very expensive neighborhood with like, every neighborhood is named like Amethyst, Citrine, Peridot, like, Shining Wood Way, or like it's always like some kind of like Cypress, or like it's some kind of nice neighborhood with like these big houses that nobody seems to live in, even though that like they live there, but nobody seems to. It's so quiet, like it's just like a fucking castle. These people are probably out like, you know, working because they're because they don't have time to live in their house that they bought. Or they're like out there, you know, vacationing, or they're out there doing whatever they want to do. But here's the thing. I thought to myself, I could be mad at these people, but what if I made enough money to buy one of those houses? Would I be mad at myself? Now, what if somebody bought that house because they want to take care of their kids? Because they don't want their kids to grow up in poverty. And so they worked really hard and got enough money to be able to invest so that they could raise their kids in a very healthy place. No, I'm already permanently stale. Lone Paul. It's like Logan Paul, but alone. It's like Logan Paul at home. I can't make kids anymore. I've already had my testicles removed. But definitely not. They don't just add a uterus and ovaries into me when I get my vagina. Oh my God, fried potatoes with gravy. Oh. Yeah, I mean, they stay home, but it's like, it's so quiet. Like, they're just in their castles. Do they really have a life? Like, if either they have like something else going on they're doing, like, you know, or they have nothing going on because they got all their money and they just invested in a big house and all this stuff, and all they have is stuff. They have like, the only people who they're friends with are all fake friends, or it's like very surface level connections. It's all about money. It's all about like, oh yeah, well my kids go to this really nice school and we connected, and you know, it's all this bullshit. That's a different kind of pain. Okay, that's a different kind of poverty. Could you say with like any, like, would you rather have a life where you're able to survive, but you have people surrounding you that make you happy and fulfilled, and you have your needs taken care of, but you may not have like a big giant mansion or anything, but you have a life worth living? you have things that you're passionate about, and you're not attaching your happiness to what you do. You're attaching your happiness to yourself, and everything that you do is in pursuit of that. It doesn't mean you can't have these things. It means that you're doing things not for some kind of external reward. Like, oh, I'm going camping because it's a good thing to do because I saw a TikTok about it and I want to have this aesthetic so that all my neighbors can look at me when I come back and be jealous. Like, that's some bullshit that people do. Instead, you're like, I want to do this because I really want to challenge myself, and I want to remind myself what it's like to live out in the wilderness. And, it's a personal endeavor. It's not for some external reason, not because you have to, and not because you need to, not because of some oh, well, I want to look like a person who does this because otherwise people will think I'm out of touch as an influencer. If you don't want to, if you want to be out of touch, be out of touch. There's nothing wrong with that. But to pretend that you're somehow down to earth, that is just it's not even about what other people think. You're harming yourself because you're doing things for the wrong reasons. Yeah, I know. It really sucks that you've had to go through a back injury. I hope that works out for you solid.
They're condemned from birth? No, they're not. There's plenty of kids that are successful whenever they're poor. No, I went to school with a bunch of poor people, and a lot of them just didn't put in any work and were fucking lazy.
Yeah, everybody. I don't like talking shit about people. There's some people in my neighborhood who are actually out there working and stuff, but they're really not going anywhere. They kind of just have the same shit going on every day. And then there's some people who are actively just pieces of garbage. They just fucking do nothing with their lives. All they do is party. All they do is get stoned all fucking day. And it's like they continue the cycle. They have kids and the same shit happens. And then they don't see the future. They can't see cause and effect. They can't see, if I do this now, what's it going to be like in 5 years? And the difference is this is why I feel better about myself. As hard as sometimes things seem, I have such a better head on my shoulder, and I have a much better heart inside of my chest. I have plans. I make the plans. I do the plans. I make things happen. I look to the future and say, what can I be doing now that will benefit me in 5 years? Scissor. So, not scissoring, but well, not frauding, tribbing. Tribbing is actually I'm really looking forward to finding that out, because, things are going to be a lot different after surgery. And people seem to think that means that I can't do certain things. It opens up some new doors, okay? People really do not understand sexuality, and people really do not understand erogenous zones and what can actually lead to an orgasm. Lesbian activity, non-lesbian activity, all these different things I'm going to get to experience, and I'm really fucking excited. And the reason I'm excited is because that's the kind of woman I am. I need a vagina to be happy. Other people don't. And I was talking to someone earlier in the previous stream, says they was it you? Maybe it was you, or maybe it was Brad. I don't know. But someone was saying that they have a friend who's trans and going through transitioning but wants to keep their penis. That's because the kind of woman that they are, that's not a factor for them. They don't feel like having a penis makes them more manly. For me, having a penis makes me feel extremely uncomfortable, and I can never really live a worthwhile life until I get this done. And so I made it happen, and it's going to happen in 2 months. You're going to react to Rebecca reacting to Asmongold's stupidity? Yeah, or they don't want to lose it. It's that's the same thing, because they see it as a loss. They see it as a loss. I see it as a gain. I gain a vagina. I'm not losing a penis. They see it as losing a penis because they want to keep it. It's simple as that. So for me, I feel like having a penis is a loss because I'm missing out on what my body's supposed to be. Because I just don't, and I don't exactly know how to explain it. I don't think I should, and I don't think I need to. But if I'm going to put words to it, it just has to happen. It's as simple as that. It's not even this complicated cerebral thing. It just is what it needs to, it needs to be what it needs to be. And there's really no reason why other than that. Yeah, I don't know. Solid is pretty stuck in his ways.
Your life's never going to get any better whenever you keep blaming society because you don't put any effort into it. It's never going to get better. I promise you that it will never get better.
And, you know, it's going to be hard. Like, nobody's saying it's going to be easy. But, like you have two choices. You could either try to do better or you could not try at all and instead, like, just make excuses. And it's easy to make excuses because they're valid. But, like, I feel like the reason why a lot of people give up on things is not because it's impossible. It's because they're not willing to admit to themselves that the reason they're failing is because they aren't willing to do what needs to be done. Like I said, all those guys who constantly complain about women who do OnlyFans, if they stopped complaining about women and instead did what they needed to do to be successful on the platform, which is going to be very different than what a woman needs to do, because you're going to have to appeal to gay men. That's it. If you're not willing to do that, then you're not willing to do that. But be honest with yourself. Don't blame women for your own inability to do something. Admit to yourself that you're not willing to do it and move on. Don't, like, say, oh, yeah, I could do OnlyFans, but, you know, I'm not a woman, so... It's like, okay, like, that's a stupid excuse. And, you know, if you're so jealous of women, maybe you should start considering that you might be trans and you are a woman. Like, maybe you're envious. You wish you were a woman so that you could do OnlyFans. And maybe you can't because you're... The reason why I couldn't explore my sexuality at all, really, even outside of that stuff, I would have never been able to do OnlyFans and stuff if I hadn't transitioned. It's because I was not comfortable with myself or my body at all. So if you're so uncomfortable with yourself and your body, and you're envious of all these women online, and you're constantly harassing women and shitting on women for doing better in OnlyFans, maybe you just wish you were them. Maybe if you started taking estrogen, you would be able to start being happy. And obviously it's not going to be everybody, but a lot of those types, I'm betting there's a significant amount of those people, the incel types, who are actually just secretly trans and don't know it. They're just jealous. They're just envious.
I think this is a symptom of survivorship bias.
Yeah, I'm not saying Asmon is like this genius, but he's a pretty genius at what the things that he's a genius at. He's good at what he's good at, and he's not good at what he's not good at. And that's the same for every single person on the planet. There's things that I'm good at that he will never be good at.
Do you think every boomer had things good? No. So what's this? So who thinks I'm wrong here?
Here we go. Here we go. He's not wrong. It's just the things that he's saying don't seem to really help people because they're hearing what they want to hear. As much as they don't admit it, they say, oh, why am I... They are hearing what they want to hear. They want to hear another reason why they should be allowed to make excuses. And he's saying the things they don't want to hear. And it's easy for people to say, oh, well, he's just like my dad. My dad said the same thing. He's an asshole. Or, you know, they're going to say like, oh yeah, it's just like my fucking, my English teacher or whatever told me that I needed to apply myself, you know, even though I was like, you know, playing video games until 3 a.m. instead of reading the book. it's my teacher's fault for being an asshole. I'm just not good at reading. It's not that I was playing video games until 3 a.m. and then trying to read the book on the ride to school. It can't possibly be that. It doesn't make, and also the thing is the reason that happened in the first place is because I have I have weaknesses that don't really apply to school, and it's okay. I could have learned another way to succeed, but my priorities were in the wrong spot. And also I have to forgive myself because at the time as a child, I did not have the skill set to be able to overcome that. I'm not a child anymore, however. I'm an adult. And as an adult, I can look back and I can make the changes necessary because I'm stronger. Because I made myself stronger. If I have something to do, which I do, I have tons of stuff that I need to do, but I factored in laziness into it. I said, okay, I know how I work, so I need to do things ahead of time. I need to factor in my own ability to also work, because I'm a good, hard worker. I can put in hours of effort, but not all the time. And I need to factor in those delays. Sometimes I just have a failure to launch. I have like this thing called that's common among the spectrum and also in ADHD people. It's a common thing in everyone really, but it's a thing, and it's labeled. It's one parts of the spectrum. It's not like an official diagnosis. It's just part of being autistic. I have an official diagnosis, but a diagnosis consists of multiple things that are just multiple factors that can't, you don't like diagnose each individual thing. They're just kind of known. And one of them is called executive dysfunction, which means, and I know that it's there and I do my best to work through it, but I'll do things where like I won't do, I've managed to fix my habit with the dishes by just washing the dishes every time I'm done. That's something I've solved. But before I solved that, my dishes would pile up for 6 to 8 months or longer at a time with a full sink. And I'm not even joking. My laundry is still piling up in the living room there. I just cleaned my room, like the floor and this area over here. I just cleaned that yesterday after many months of just garbage piling. I have issues with doing that. I don't think that's true. I think that's an easy answer and a cop-out that people say, that if he wasn't a streamer, he would be a garbage cleaner or whatever. You can't really know that, but even with that, this kind of sentiment is based on the reasoning that you think that just because he's a streamer, that he got lucky and that it doesn't have some underlying skills that could be applied elsewhere. For example, what's wrong with being a garbage truck driver or whatever? What's wrong with that? Second of all, you don't know what else he could have done if his YouTube didn't work. And when you say stream, his stream only worked because his YouTube worked, and he brought his YouTube viewers over to his stream. That's why his stream was successful. If he didn't make it as a streamer, how can you say with 100% certainty that he wouldn't have made it somewhere else? He was going to college, actually. He was studying, he has a business degree. He was actually thinking about going to law school. This guy's pretty intelligent, but he found the better option for him, which is to do YouTube and streaming. And then he started like a bunch of businesses. Like he's a co-owner of a fucking org. These things don't just happen. There are so many people out there who are successful streamers, and I'm not shitting on them, but there are successful streamers that are just kind of coasting. That are just basically they kind of like see themselves as getting lucky. They made their esports win, or they made their stream win or whatever, and they kind of just coast until their fame runs out. And then maybe they just, hopefully they invested enough money and saved enough money and stuff that they won't have to worry about that too much, and that maybe they can just still coast for as long as they possibly can. But either way, like, you take two people in the same situation, some people are not even streamers anymore because they fell off. Or you can be like Nim with your name on the wall, and as you walk in, it literally falls on you, and is like, is that an omen? Like, what does it mean? Nim's name fell off, literally off the wall. Like, is that a foreshadowing? Who knows? But if Asmongold, I cannot see him falling off because he's made a whole bunch of decisions, consciously or unconsciously, who knows? Only he can know. That has led to where he is now, where he is constantly trending on Twitter. He's got 2.37 million subscribers on his main channel. And he also has a clips channel that's really successful. There is a reason why he's successful. And no matter, and you are only doing yourself harm if you start saying, oh, well, you're dismissing all of the things that led to his success, even though there's luck involved, instead of accepting that maybe you're not successful because you're not willing to do the things that you need to do, which are not going to be the same as what he needed to do. He needed to do a certain set of things because he was in a very specific situation at a very specific time with a set of skills that he has and nobody else has. He also has a set of weaknesses that nobody else has. Like I said, I think I have certain strengths that he will never have, and he wishes he has. Or maybe he doesn't. But, if he were to know me, like if he were to see like if you have like a character sheet, we all have a character sheet. He didn't get his bachelor. I don't know about that, but he dropped out of school because of YouTube. He would have kept on with YouTube. I think that's what it was. Oh, this is the same as like, I think the sentiment that somebody is less of a hard worker if they do a performance job rather than doing a hard labor job. But what about people who sit at a desk and make decisions every day about a company? They're not lifting weight. They're not like in the dirt, like on the ground, like plumbing, or, they're not doing things with their hands. They're just like emailing people, but they're still doing work. Like, get out of here with that. Like, I want you to stop thinking like that. No two jobs are any better or worse than another. They're either going to be successful or they're not. And there's multiple ways of being successful. For example, in a raid, not everybody is a DPS. The vast majority of people in a raid are DPS, but if you don't have your healers and if you don't have your tanks, you're fucked. You can't just make a whole raid of DPS and hope to win if it's like a fair, like a balanced raid that's designed to have, tanks and healers. You need people to do the job they're best at. And are you going to say that a priest or a paladin healer is somehow having it easier than a warrior or a death knight tank? Are you going to say that a paladin healer or like a warrior tank has it easier than like a rogue DPS? Like, fuck that. Everybody has their job they have to do, and everybody performs using the strengths that they're designed for. And in a game, it's really obvious because you know what the stats are. It's already outlined what a rogue does or what a paladin does. You already have that information. We don't have all the information. We don't have a character sheet we can look at. We can write one and kind of observe things like, okay, I'm very strong at being able to like work with people and like listen to coaching, but I'm not very good at making those things happen. I'm good at doing them once they happen, but I don't know how to make them happen. I don't know how to do the secret handshakes. I don't know how to get the appointments to happen. I know how to use available resources and kind of stumble my way around until it happens, but that's really a lot of work for me. But it's a weakness I have, but I can work around it, and I'm going to figure out how to reduce it. And eventually I won't have to worry about it at all, because either I get so good at it that it's not a problem, or I can delegate that task to someone else because I seek help. Because that's what I do. I seek help in areas where I need help. Well, that's one of the reasons. He's talked about it. He talked about it multiple times about it's all the above. he did have to take care of his mom, but it was also YouTube started working out. You know, he did have to take care of his mom, but he could have taken care of his mom while he was going to school. And also, I think that's a personal thing. I don't really want to talk about that, but like, I think he even admitted it before she died, that like, he kind of, he really cared about his mom. And I think he cares about his dad too, but he really cared about his mom. And I could only imagine, you know, how it would have felt, because I have not lost my parents, fortunately. I still have my parents, and I love them both in their own ways. But I feel like at some point you kind of, it's like, usually the child, at some point, you have to like ask yourself, like, am I going to be able to really help this person I care about? Or am I taking care of them too much? Am I enabling them? And I don't know, that's a bunch of personal stuff that only he can really talk about. But as a general concept, I noticed there are people out there, they take care of their parents at the expense of their own lives. They'll sacrifice their own happiness because they want to take care of their parents. And sometimes the parents kind of pressured them into it with guilt. Sometimes not so much, but I've noticed it happen to people, and they'll spend their entire adult life taking care of their elderly parents when they could have had a different option. Sometimes they don't have an option, but at some point you have to like say, am I willing to sacrifice my own life so that my parents can, you know, I can take care of my parents, or should I just do my best to be happy and not be struck down by guilt, either externally or internally? Because sometimes I've seen it happen where like families will guilt a family member and saying, oh, you want to abandon your family? It's like, that's a really fucked up thing to do. What about my family? That I, you know, even if it's a family of one, don't I get to be happy? I've worked hard my whole life struggling to have independence. I don't want that stolen from me. And I love my dad and I love my mom. But if it comes down to, you know, I'm going to find whatever help they need, but I'm not going to be able to be the one to personally do it. I'm going to help in whatever way I can, if I can, but I can't be the one to like be a caregiver. I made that very clear to my dad. I'm like, you need to make plans. If you're counting on me being your caregiver, you're going to be fucked. Because I need to take care of myself, and I'm not going to let you take over my life like that. I need to be an individual. I need to take care of my life. I need to be happy because I earned it, and I'm still earning it. And I'm earning my independence eventually, slowly but surely. And I told him that, and I'm like, you have to make plans. And maybe he didn't want to hear it. Maybe he still doesn't believe it. But he better believe it, because if he doesn't, he's not going to make any plans. And I had to make it clear. At the very least, I did what I could, which was you know, make it very clear that he can't rely on me, that he needs to find another plan for a caregiving situation if he ends up getting sick. And I told him, if you're just going to drink yourself into a stupor and you're going to shit yourself and you're going to be on the floor with shit all over the floor, you know, don't expect me to clean it up. Okay, and I hope he gets it. I really hope he gets it, because if I'm not going to enable him by making him think that I'm going to take care of him after he falls. You know, if he's going to willingly destroy his body and destroy his life, I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm going to move on. I'm going to be successful with my own life. And I'm not going to let him determine and think that he can just, like, you know, expect me. And maybe he'll make a change because of that. I don't know. I'm not really in control of that. It hurts a lot. And he's in a lot of denial. You know, he's gone through the same cycle so many times. And this happens with a lot of alcoholics. They'll be like, oh, you know, I can quit any time. And it's like, oh, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. And then it happens. Or they start drinking again and they start shitting themselves again. And they think it's okay, and it's not. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that about your mom, Solid. But yeah, like, you know, luckily my mom has her husband to take care of her, so they want me to take care of them, and I told them I gotta live my own life. I'm sorry. I can't live my life repairing my parents' lives. You know, I don't want to, I need them to know that. Because if they think that they can rely on me, you know, they can rely on someone else. I am not going to be able to do what they want. And I wouldn't want to lead them on with that. Because if I do, they're going to, you know, it's just hurting everybody. I'm like, I'm going to take care of myself the best I can. And I'm not, you know, I'm very thankful for the help my dad gives me, but this isn't like you owe me kind of situation. I'm really thankful that my dad's here, but it's not like, I think it's really abusive to say, oh, well, I helped you in your time of need, so, you know, now you need to help me. It's like, that wasn't part of the agreement. I just can't. I have a hard enough time taking care of myself. I can't also take care of someone else. And if I replace myself with someone else, I'm going to fail both of them. I need to take care of myself. And if I make enough money that I can just supply my parents with money so that they can have resources to have caregivers, then that's going to be the solution. But otherwise, I can't be there directly. I can be there to talk to them. I can be there to be their daughter. I can't be there to like wipe their ass and change their diaper. You know? Yeah, and sadly, I can't help him. I can't tell my dad to stop drinking. It doesn't work. He has to be the one to want it. But I think it started with me setting my foot down, saying, I'm not going to enable this. I'm not going to go to the store and pick you up vodka. I'm not going to drive you to the store to pick up vodka. I'm not going to take care of you after your body shuts down to the point where you can't even stand anymore. And then you're going to tell me that it's because you're old? Like, get the fuck out of here. It's because you've been drinking bottles of vodka a week. That's why.
So what?
I don't allow links in the chat. Sorry, Babinski. What's the name of the video?
What is this? Like, is there anybody that actually has an argument against this? Or are you guys just going to say that I'm stupid? What about homie and economic crisis? Is that your fault too? It's nobody's fault. Like, I mean, you can talk about like housing crisis is bad, economic crisis is bad. You're absolutely right. I mean, that's true. And like, also, people are trying to live in massively dense places.
Oh yeah, I mean, Full Metal Alchemist, we're not going to watch music video on stream. If you tell a drinker to stop drinking, they will drink more. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's not even about that. It's just like they're sick. That's all there is to it.
Because there's a lot of places in the country that it's not that bad. And I know that it's worse than it's been in the past, but there's a spectrum. Like, you look at housing in San Francisco and housing in some random bumfuck city in Kansas, and these are not the same conversations. So what's going on? What did I say that upset you? I did my part? For what? What part? Jesus, come on, guys. Think your view is also based off the fact that you're doing well financially? There's people out there that worked hard in school, gone to a good college, simply not doing well financially. Oh, and this is what people always love to say. They always love to say that, oh, well, it's actually the perspective is because you're doing well, and if you weren't doing well, you would have a different perspective. I don't think that
It's like you're trying to work backwards. It's like you're saying you're only successful because you're successful instead of you're successful because of the actions that you took in the situations that you were in, with the circumstances that you were in that happened to work out for whatever reason. And you could say that you knew what those reasons are. You actually don't. Nobody does. Everyone just kind of works with where they're at, and either it works or it doesn't. But someone saying like, oh, if you were like me, you would. It's like, well, if he was like you, he'd be in the same situation you were in. But also, if he was in your shoes, instead of being you, he wouldn't be in the same situation, because he would make decisions based on whatever situation you're in. Anybody would. It's like saying, oh, well, you only feel that way because you feel that way. It's yeah, it's like, it depends. Yeah, you have to matter. It matters like what you make a priority. Like, right now I got my priorities. And so the things that I do on a day-to-day basis are moving towards that goal. Like, I'm making the surgery happen. So everything I'm doing is in service of that. And that involves just hanging out on stream. That's factored into it. That involves playing World of Warcraft. Like that's factored into it. Every decision I've made is not an accident. I have made clear, concise, calculated decisions. With I'm having vaginoplasty to change my PP to a VV. And changing an Audi to an innie. So every decision I've made has been in service towards the goal. Every health decision, every life decision, every delay that I've had, as much as it hurts. I wish I could do more, but I just have to focus on what needs to be done. And so every single decision I make is based on that. Hey, ATR. And it's the difference is if somebody who kind of just does whatever they want, whatever they feel like, if they're on the outside looking in, they project their own lack of effort onto people who do put effort in, and they attach meaning to the activity rather than the intention. So two people can be playing the video game. For example, two people can be playing World of Warcraft. One of those people could be doing exactly what they need to be doing, and the other person could be making excuses and procrastinating. I've calculated every single thing that I need to do on a daily basis, and I factored in, I have a bunch of free time, and if I spend that time like stressed out, I'm going to fail at my goal of being healthy enough for surgery. It's paid for, luckily, by Medi-Cal. I have insurance pays for it. You tried to DM me? I don't see a DM on my whispers. And I'll whisper you. Oh, how do I whisper somebody here? Oops. Whisper AT. TTR 94. Fail to send whisper. The recipient doesn't allow whispers from strangers or you directly. You have to follow me. I don't know what Kodru Larenchu means. But like somebody who doesn't really have a plan, when they see other people doing the same thing they're doing, they assume that that person also doesn't have a plan. And this happens all the fucking time. And that's why if you go on Twitch and you have 10 different people watching Asmongold, they're all going to have 10 very different assumptions on what things he does, because you're projecting your own values. And you can use this to your advantage, but you have to admit it to yourself that that's the reality. Whenever I watch a video, I project my own values onto it, and I try to get out of it something more than just wasting time watching a video. Every time I watch a video, I try to get something out of it. I project myself onto it, and I try to say, what does this mean to me? And I think about it critically. Some people just watch it because they're like, oh, it's an Asmongold video, I like him. And that's fine too, but you have to admit that to yourself, that you're just a fan and you want to like feel like you're like friends or something, but that's not true. That's kind of different. Some people are just like a little bit parasocial. I don't think I'm above that. I think everybody's a little parasocial, but I think there's a point where it's like some people are just like, my streamer Asmongold, yay, yay. I love him no matter what. Like, what the fuck? You don't love him. He don't love you. And that's good. You don't want that to be the case. He's a stranger. He's a random dude on the internet, even for better or for good or bad. Even if things are very unsavory, it's still not a part of him because this is a performance. You don't even know him personally. He could be completely different than how he is on stream. You wouldn't know. You would have no way of verifying it without actually knowing him. And you're not going to know him if you're like a viewer on his stream. So I don't know why people get this in their head that they think they know a person just from watching their streams. It drives me crazy why people think that. But it's like when people it's like this. It's like I really like World of Warcraft, and I'm not gonna let people who are like have been playing for like 12 hours a day every day, have nothing going on with their lives, and they say like every single time they log in, they're like, I don't even know why I'm logged in, but I guess I'm just addicted. It's like, well, you know you have a problem. I'm here because I want to be here because I love the fucking game. It's great. Why are you logged in if you don't want to be here? If there's something that you need to be doing that's better use of your time, then go do that. I'm here because I want to waste my fucking time. And at least admit it to yourself. Nobody's asking you to go out and like fucking cure cancer or some shit. Just like be honest with yourself. Are you logging into World of Warcraft to waste time? And be honest with yourself. And that's the case. I am logging in to waste time. And I accept that. And that's just fine. Because it aligns with the rest of my plan. I need something that wastes time. Yeah, but you know what I'm talking. I've seen this happen in Final Fantasy 11 as well. People would log in and they'd be like, "Oh, I don't even know why I'm fucking here." Like, you know, it's like this fucking game, and they're always mad at the game. If you're mad every single time you log in, whose fault is that? You're the one paying for the monthly subscription. You're the one who downloaded and installed the game. You're the one who started your computer and started the game. You're the one who's continually on a regular basis making the decision to continually playing the game. So if you don't like the game, then stop playing it. And if you don't know how to stop it because you're addicted, then get help. Hey, Mia Davis, you gonna sell me your artwork again?
That people advocating for their own best interest is a good argument. Like, if you're saying it's hard for me, so I think things are bad, that doesn't make me think that you're right. Like, I don't want to talk about, like, whether it's, like, it doesn't matter who it's coming from. Things are either true or they're not. Like, am I crazy? But whenever I was growing up, I knew a lot of people that were fucking losers, that put no work into going to school, that never learned anything, that just partied all through their 20s, didn't take college seriously, and now they're in a bad position.
So I am that person. I am the person that partied in my 20s. I am the person who just got stoned all fucking day. You know, I'm the person. I'm that person. I am the person. You know, I am the person that like kept every single day I made excuses. I am the person that every single day I woke up and got stoned. And I said, oh, the only reason I'm like this Sorry, I had to pull out that meme, okay? Like I, I'm just it just sucks that it wasn't right on the part where the lyrics happen. I wanted to press it as soon as I clicked on it. I am the storm that is approaching. You see your hot and sexy post on Instagram? Oh, my Instagram is actually like not that good. I have a lot of work to do for Instagram. I do not work on it at all. I don't make good photos, but I'm glad that you like them. That's a good sign. People do like them. People comment on them, but they're nowhere near where they need to be. Like I need to make a lot better photos. But like I said, I've factored all this stuff into my plan. I can't be focusing on that stuff right now. It's not a good use of my energy. My energy needs to be focused on the things that I'm focusing on now. And those things involve, you know, doing whatever it takes to make sure that I'm going to have success in this surgery, that I'm not going to have any complications, that I'm not going to get myself worked up or stressed out. I need to stay the course. I can't make huge life changes right now because I'm already making the biggest life change of my entire life. You can't walk through two doors at the same time. You walk through one door and then you walk through another. Probably not, ATR. Please don't message me on Facebook. Message me here on Twitch or publicly on Twitter or something. Like don't message me on Facebook. I will ignore it. I will always ignore it. I will never reply to you on Facebook.
How many of you guys know people like this? Because I know dozens of them. Why are we constantly blaming some other outside force? And yes, there are some people that get fucked over. Absolutely. But I think that there's a lot of people who also reap what they sow.
Yeah, I mean, I made the decision to not try to overcome the things that hurt me. Sure, I'm autistic. And I fell through the cracks, unfortunately, as a child. I did not get my diagnosis until I went to therapy at 31. But in my 18s and 20s, I could have investigated it. I could have gone to a doctor and worked with my doctor. I could have also started dealing with my gender dysphoria back then, but I didn't. My doctor suggested it, and I ran away from it. I said, no, it's too hard. I thought I would have had to save a whole bunch of money up for the surgery. Honestly, it just happened the way it happened, and now I'm here. And actually, like now the surgeries have been developed even better. Like the surgery's way better now than it was back then. So now I'm, I guess it's like, good things come to those who wait. That's the trade-off. Because I had to wait so long, at least I get a better surgery now. And I don't have to pay for it. My insurance pays for it. So instead of having to do those two things, I get to skip those two things because I basically paid it with the time and misery of the 13 years that it took before I went to my doctor to start this. Who do people say that you look alike? People say that I look like a couple people. Some people say that I look like what's her name? The woman who played Kill Bill. What's her name? People say I look like Uma Thurman. Like I can kind of see that. Like, honestly, Uma Thurman kind of looks like my mom. Especially in this picture. Oh. Like, especially in this picture. Like, she kind of looks like my mom. And I look like my mom. So, yeah, like, I kind of look like Uma Thurman. Obviously, everybody looks different in every single photo. Also, when they're, like, acting. Like, obviously, I don't look like this Uma Thurman. Not really. That might just be the hair. She also has, like, a different facial structure than I do. People also say, you know, when I was a guy, when I looked like a guy, I mean, because I was never a guy, people thought I looked like, what's his name? That guy, I think. People said when I looked like a man, I looked like him. And then there's also, Cillian Murphy? Is that the guy? No. Alright. Yeah, when I was a guy, I looked like that guy. I think that's what somebody compared me to back then. But as a woman, I look like Uma Thurman, I guess. There's a movie where you really look like her. Which movie? There's a TikTok I have where somebody said I look like exactly like her. Let me just. And it was a video before, it was a long time ago. It was before facial surgery, but still. My TikTok sucks. Alright, it's this one. Oh, they had this one. I did a thing. Yeah, like I think that was the hairstyle. You don't have to send pictures to me, just tell me the name of the person and I'll find it. There's like a reason I don't allow, oh god. Shouldn't just scroll through those, they're really bad. There's like really ugly TikToks. Like, ugh. My TikTok sucks so bad. Good thing I'm not relying on like my TikTok to be successful.
That's my point. Being born into poverty does not exclude you from success, but it does mean the road is going to be harder to travel. True. Absolutely. It's just that sometimes if you put in the effort, it doesn't fix the main economic issues nowadays.
Yeah, it's so much easier. And obviously it doesn't make you wrong when you like say that like, oh, the economic issues and the society issues, like those are true. And that makes it that much easier to use as an excuse. To not even try to overcome the things that you have control over. But it's useless. And once you admit to yourself, I need to stop wasting time and energy on things that I can't control. And even if it's not perfect, and it's not like it's not what people think it looks like. They want it to look a certain way. It can look so simple and easy. It could be something as simple as, you know, I need to get up and walk for 15 minutes every day. And that is a routine change that you have control over. I guarantee it, your life is going to change significantly if that's all you do for like a whole month and you keep doing it after. It'll just keep changing because you're going to start making even more changes. But even if you do nothing else, that alone is going to make significant changes in your life. You can DM me here on Twitch. I'm just not, you know.
I think that a lot of times people say stuff like that, and it's like, here's a really good parallel. Do you remember what I told you guys whenever I said that a 5-minute conversation with an incel will explain perfectly why they're an incel? And like,
and obviously there's another video he said that. It's basically he was watching a video about incels and stuff like that. Obviously it's kind of like what he's saying isn't wrong about that. Basically, obviously, a whole bunch of dudes who have a whole bunch of stuff in their room they really like the you know, like the loli anime girls and all that kind of stuff like that. But at the same time, like, that's like focusing on the wrong things, because a lot of people like anime stuff. It doesn't make them incels. And it's like you're drawing a false positive like from the wrong thing. It's more like what are the things that you're focusing on and what are the things that you're ignoring? I think that's really the questions you need to ask yourself. What are the things that you're refusing to change? What are the things that you're refusing to admit to yourself? And it's really hard because you worked really hard to push it out of the way of your forefront. You worked really hard to ignore these problems because they're difficult realities to face. But blaming women and blaming other people, saying, "Oh, women don't want to have sex with me because society says men can't be attractive or whatever, or because society says men have to look a certain way." And so instead of actually making life changes that make it more likely for someone to actually want to be around you, you're just going to blame everyone else and just keep being on. You just continue being a shitty person and not making any changes to your life. And it's not that you have to make changes to your life. It's just that you can't want one thing and have something else that gets in the way of that at the same time. It's perfectly fine if you only care about anime. In fact, if you admit that to yourself, that the reason you're not like in a relationship is because you're too much into anime, then just accept that. And maybe you might meet somebody who you'd be in a relationship with who feels the same way about that. But it's not about like, oh, if I do this, I'll get a girlfriend or whatever the fuck. No, it's just that you kind of invite these things into your life based on what you put out. So if you're putting out negative energy, you're going to get back negative energy. If you put out the vibe that you're a healthy person who, you know, has a hobby of some sort like anime, and you meet someone and you're not immediately trying to get in that person's pants, and like as soon as that person says that they have a boyfriend, you get angry and like say, "Oh, why aren't you going out with me? I could be a better boyfriend than you." Like, you're not thinking clearly. You're in the wrong mindset. It's not about like making this thing happen. It's just either it happens or it doesn't. And trying to make it happen is like that's the wrong way to even think about it. It's like, what kind of person I am and what kind of person do I invite in my life, and what kind of vibes what kind of vibes do I give out? Really look at yourself like objectively. There's no reason to reach out to me about business opportunities because there's literally no reason to. I have like zero clout. There's no reason to talk to me about business opportunities. Like, I don't even have a business. Otherwise, I would put a business email out there. But I don't. I'm not at that level yet. Right now, I'm not at that point in my life where I need to have a business email. Do you understand? I'll come to you. Don't come to me.
Like, I saw that video about an incel, and it was like, how does somebody get like this? And this guy had a bunch of fucking little figurines of lollies in his room. I think that if I had an actual fucking lens into your life, I could see exactly how it's your fault.
Yeah, and it's also like what he just said, like has like an accusation that somebody who likes anime and likes anime figurines is automatically some like weird pervert. It's such a stereotype, and it's like, why can't someone just like anime? There's nothing wrong with that. There's something wrong with certain, behaviors. But if you don't have that behavior, if you just really like anime because you're a nerd, how's that any different than liking like Lord of the Rings or Dark Souls or some other shit? Or like playing golf. Like some people just really like anime. It's not real. They know it's not real. The people who have a problem, they have like a different problem. Like I'm not really into anime because it doesn't really appeal to me. Last anime I watched was like Dragon Ball Super. I'm not really into anime stuff, but like some people are. I know like Tectone is a content creator that is. It's like, does that make him a weirdo? Absolutely not. If he did weird stuff, that would make him a weirdo. But, like, why are you judging someone based on what they do or what they like, rather than just, like, judging someone based on their character? And usually with the incel types, it's not because of the anime, it's because of how they absorb the anime, and it usually comes across in their attitude, in the way they talk to people, in a possessiveness that they have, that anytime they talk, they're narcissists, really. Either that or they're struggling with gender dysphoria and they need to start taking estrogen right fucking now so that they can have tits and actually be an anime girl instead of being fucking toxic to everybody and hating women. Maybe they are a woman. Jesus.
Absolutely. And I think that's the case.
No, it's fine. I'm off topic all the fucking time. It's just I don't allow links in my chat. It's for a different reason, because it's harder to moderate. I can moderate what I put on my stream, but I don't want people posting links because I don't want other people clicking on it because I might not be able to moderate it. Somebody posts like a link to something really bad in my chat, I'm not always able to. I don't want to even think about having to always go and check, is that a good link? Is that a good link? Is that okay for that someone to? I don't like. Just fuck it. Just no links for anybody except for moderators and VIPs. If you really want to link it, I can VIP you for really quick. You can link it to the chat. But if it's something bad, you're banned. Or if it looks like it's something that I shouldn't click on, I'm not clicking on it. And I'm deleting it, and I'm taking away your VIP, and I'm probably... If it looks like something really sketchy, I'm going to time you out. If it's...
9 out of 10 times. I get taking personal responsibility, but things can get a shit ton better, and we can acknowledge how things aren't getting easier right now. I think that the reason why a lot of people go off-grid is because the entire human experience is so removed from natural existence that it makes people uncomfortable to exist. I think that like economic conditions and things like that are a factor, but I think it's something that's a lot more primal as well.
You should be able to link now. I gave you VIP, ATR, and Solid.
And I think that's a big fucking reason. Now, I can't speak for everybody.
I mean, I have to check them first. I don't actually know. I don't actually know what the links are until you post them. If they're bad links, you're getting banned.
But I think that's a reason. Because people used to do this back in the day, too. Before, like even boomers used to go out and do this. So let's see. I'll read a few comments. We're going to look at the rest of these.
Yeah, you are
if
special,
someone's life is
Solid.
ruined, it's up to that person, the individual, to fix their own fucking life. Absolutely.
And it's not even like I think when people think like it's up to you to fix it, people really are like way too strict on what that even means. Because it's up to you, fix it can mean anything. It could mean that you get help. It could mean that you like, you know, change your trajectory in your life to make some decisions that kind of min-max. Okay, let me just check it out really quick. If it's unlisted, I'm not watching it. I can't watch it on stream. It's gonna be all right, she was in Batman and Robin? Oh, she plays Ivy. I don't remember that being her. Dr. Pamela Isley? God damn. Batman's crazy, dude. I actually don't even think I saw Batman and Robin. If I did, I was like really high on edibles. I actually think I was so high that I don't even remember the movie. Like it's like Mr. Freeze or whatever. It's Arnold Schwarzenegger.
You won the bidding, your supreme ruthlessness.
Yeah, I could totally see that. Like, I can totally see I'm like Poison Ivy vibes, Uma Thurman. Like, the hair. I could see that. Extreme resemblance. Yeah, this is why I want to pursue a career as an actress and model. It's because it's something that I have as just like an asset. Is I have a certain appearance that is very like kind of like, I don't want to say like it's hard to say this without sounding egotistical. I have like an appearance that looks like I'm designed like I'm supposed to be looked at. If that makes any sense. Like I need to be looked at. I'm somebody that people need to see. I want to say that with like without sounding like egotistical or anything, because it's not really like that. I mean, both living as a woman and when I lived as a man, I was told that I should be a model. And I actually started exploring my own body and acceptance of my own body and my sexuality as well once I started transitioning to female body. And it helped me feel more like alive. transitioning and actually living as female was something that should have been all along. And it's like, it's not like I'm becoming female. It's like I'm becoming myself so that I can feel female, because I couldn't feel anything before except for just frustration. Just link the timestamp. I'm afraid to load things on stream, especially when they're movies and stuff, and especially since I actually don't know who made the video, and I've had videos load up on stream before that had things that got me banned.
It is. It's not even a question. Economic issues just make it harder. Doesn't mean it's unsolvable. Yep, true.
Yeah, everything is really relative. At the end of the day, no matter what you're struggling through, you only know your own struggle. You can't possibly put yourself in somebody else's shoes. You don't have anyone's life but your own. And so, yeah, maybe you could be doing better. Maybe you're doing the best you fucking can. That's what everybody tells me. I keep constantly saying that I could be doing better, and it's like, you're doing great. You know, it's like I'm working with what I have. 152 to 214. And the 3 out of 3. It's like I feel like I should reenact this scene someday, just like verbatim, like totally in her same outfit, same everything. Like I should totally redo this. Like I see what you're saying now. Oops. I see what you're saying.
It's a jungle in here. I am nature's arm. Her spirit. Her will. Hell, I am Mother Nature. And the time has come for plants to take back the world so rightfully ours. Because it's not nice to fool with Mother Nature.
That's so close. I could totally see what you're saying. I totally look like her. I'm in California. Please do. Well, at this time, I'm not ready to do anything like that. I'm waiting for surgery. I have a heart, and also the thing is, I don't just reach out to random people on the internet. I need to keep myself safe. I hope you understand. I'm not in a position to even... I need to gather more evidence, more research to be able to collaborate with people safely. I hope you don't take it personally. I really struggle with knowing what is safe and what isn't. Because if it were up to me, I mean, I used to just like... I'm not going to meet up with random people from my stream, if that's what you're thinking. I'm not going to. Best Emmy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not connected with Emaru or OTK. You know, it's a situation where they call you. Not the other way around. Yeah, I hope you understand. I just don't know who you are. And I'm not going to like do collaborations with people I don't know. You can tweet at me at Rebecca Lauren if you want me to like, if you have a website or anything like that, I could research if it's a public entity of some sort. like Instagram even, but I'm not going to contact you on Facebook ever. Just send me a tweet on at Rebecca Lauren. I bet she does. She has well, if she doesn't, she can make it happen. She can make any costume happen. It'd be so great to have a collab with Emiru, not because she's like famous, I mean obviously, but like it would just be so fun to like go do cosplay stuff. I want to play dress up. I never got to play dress up as a kid because I thought I was a boy, and it was like I wasn't the kind of I wasn't a boy, and also that's why I didn't feel comfortable playing dress up as a boy. If it's perfectly okay for boys to play dress up, but I wasn't a boy. I was a girl who was just really confused, and biology wasn't helping, and I didn't get to feel comfortable in my own body and with my own expression. And now as an adult, I'm finally becoming the woman I know I want to be. I am, and I want to be. And that involves things like dancing. It involves sexual exploration, and it could involve playing dress up. And I really want to have like some resources as far as doing cosplay. I could do like a Zero Suit Samus. I have the body for it. Well, she didn't turn them into ladies. She just dressed them up in drag. I know what you're talking about. And Will Neff was fucking great. I fucking love Will Neff, dude. She turned Asmongold into like she did drag with Asmongold and Mizkif. And that was great. That would be so awesome. I know it's like a dream. She's like a famous person. I don't know if that would ever happen, but it would be so fun to do cosplay, and especially with someone like Emiru or Jessica Nigri, like being able to just like have somebody help me do makeup and get things that fit me. The biggest one is getting fit for something is really hard. It's expensive because I'm a bit bigger, like of shoulders and stuff, because of, my first puberty. But if you have things measured correctly, it's not a problem. I would say about that clip specifically, it's like she's really into character. Like it's kind of ridiculous, but it's Batman. It's supposed to be ridiculous. It's a comic book. Like that she's totally got into like, the complete psychosis of like following like her, just kind of accepting who she is. Like I would say that like right here, like she's just totally like
It's a jungle in here.
yeah, like she's just totally like just lost in like who she is now. So when I understand, like there was like an experiment or something, and she was supposed to be dead, but she was like, then she like became like spliced with the plants, and now she can like control plants. I mean that's that's Poison Ivy. That's the character.
I am Mother Nature.
There's just like an acceptance to it. She's like, I am Mother Nature. Like of course I'm Mother Nature. Like why would I give a fuck about what anybody else thinks? Why not just accept who I am? Like that's a redeemable trait of a villain. You have to understand when you look at characters, just because a character does bad things or just because they're a villain, there are traits about them that are strong. Like she's a very strong character. Like Poison Ivy just completely, like she doesn't need anybody to tell her who she is. She knows who she is. She doesn't pretend, she claims that, what she does is for like, the betterment of like, the world because, global warming and all that shit, but she's an eco-terrorist. And so like basically, and you know, that's more of the, I don't remember watching this movie. So I'm thinking more about the poison ivy in Harley Quinn. And that Harley Quinn, much more redeemable character because there's more character development in that one. I really like Harley Quinn. It's really good. But you know, and the lesbian relationship's is really fucking hot. It's like total sapphic vibes. Oh my god. How to know if you're lesbian? You're in love with Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy's relationship. The last part, I'm burning, and she's burning. Oh, like not that, like right here. Yeah, like she's totally got into character. Like I feel like acting, in order to act, you really have to understand that you're not you. You're like the character. Like but it's the character through you. So it's like, what would you be like if you were that character? And I feel like, and that's how you really do a good performance. It's not about how hard you act or whatever. It's like everything that you do should serve that goal. And so like when I see characters like that, it's really hard to mimic because I can't mimic what she did because I'm not her. Anything that I would do would have to come through a version of me. Like I'm basically going into an alternate dimension and becoming that character. It's really fascinating. I really want to study and improve at acting. I want to get a lot more practice. I want to, you know, I need to like make some opportunities happen.
I hate when people say what they would do if they had money. I mean, people can think about whatever they want to think about. But all I'm really trying to say is that I see posts like this, and it's always about blaming another outside force. And I think that fundamentally, that is such a poisonous mindset to have.
Our costume design? Well, the thing is it's kind of just like, it's almost like the clothing she's wearing are like plants. Like they're on her. Like they're kind of just like there. It's not like she's wearing them. It's like they're just like kind of there. Like well, like that? Is that what I look like?
Coming, Bane darling. We've got a plane to catch.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like in the end of the day, they just wanted to find a way to make Uma Thurman just be Uma Thurman. And I think... I mean, basically just look hot, I guess. But it's more than that. Oh wait, Emaru's up doing more cosplay stuff? That's shocking. No, she's not. I actually have a very limited wardrobe because I'm poor. I need help with wardrobe. And like I said, I'm just not in that kind of space in my life right now. I work differently than most people. It's less of a lifestyle and it's more of an art form for me. And when I don't have the resources to perform an art form, I just don't do it. And it makes me sad. I want to do whatever I can, but I really don't have too many clothing options. And also, I just, like I said, it takes a lot of energy. And I've admitted that to myself. And I'm not making excuses. I made a decision. Because I have a timeline for things where I can be more likely to succeed because I'll have things lined up a certain way. Does that make any sense? I know it might sound like I'm making excuses. Anything I'm wearing could work. I feel like with modeling and acting, it doesn't matter what you wear if you don't know how to wear it. Like, I could be naked. I mean, obviously not on stream, but I could be naked and there's like body language. There's like the way you like move your body, the way you like shake your head a certain way, or the way you like move your face, the way you move your hands. Like everything that you do is a part of your performance. I'm not trying anything. I don't want to flash my tits and get banned.
It is absolute poison to your life to constantly fixate on...
I'm not wearing a bra. I'm not taking my shirt off right now. Or doing anything of the sort. Yeah, I have tits. Jeez. You think I have no tits? I mean, they are small, but they're there. Jeez. I'm wearing a more blocky shirt. Yeah, she doesn't have a bra, but there's also like things you gotta do. There's things that you don't understand that happen behind the scene. There's like such a thing as like tape. You can like put like nipple covers on and stuff. And also, like everything's under control. And if there's a problem, they don't put it in the final edit. Like if she accidentally flashes a tit, they just refilm it. I can't do that live. If I flash a tit, it's over.
on outside forces that are holding you back or preventing you from succeeding. So there's somebody who's
because if I tie it up right now, I'd risk doing it up on stream. You don't understand.
Happy about what I said. I want to address a few comments here. Didn't make social connections.
You mean like tying it in the back? Like,
so what about what I'm saying is untrue? Well, in business school, you're taught that boomers fuck shit up with their spending habits. Yeah, but like boomers thought this about like the parents then. Like everybody always blames somebody different than them. Do you really think that boomers didn't do this? Really? Like, do you really think that boomers didn't do the same exact thing? It's crazy.
And now you can see my underwear.
You're rich, so you don't care about the downtrodden? I'm the only person that cares about them. I'm the only person that actually cares and tells.
Now compare my video to hers. Yeah, I mean, I kind of have like the same body shape. That's why do you think I went on estrogen? I don't have enough space. I don't have enough space to do a full body shot.
Catch. So rightfully ours.
She also has bigger breasts than I do. I'm wearing pajamas. I just don't want to flash you guys. Not that kind of stream. All right. We're over derailing talking about beautiful women. Okay. I know I'm beautiful. I just wish I could. I just wish I had the resources to do things that I want to do. I want to do acting and modeling. I just don't know how to make those things happen. And it's really scaring me, but I can't think about that now. I got to get through this surgery so that I can actually be strong enough to be able to even cope with it. Right now, I can't even cope with basic necessities in my life. Everything I have is being poured into this surgery, and I'm holding myself by a thread. And I don't expect anyone to get it. I don't expect anyone to understand. I really don't. I don't know. I don't even understand it. It's just everything is hanging by a thread right now. I'm barely holding myself together, and it's okay because it's only temporary. It's only 2 more months before surgery. Are you the one who was obsessed with belly buttons? Or is that someone else? Oh yeah, that was you, wasn't it? Yeah, you're the one who wants me to touch my belly button all the time. Or is that someone else on Kick? Oh no, that was someone on Kick. Oh wait, was that you?
Tells people what I think will help them, not what will make them happy. If anybody cares, I'm the only person that does care.
It's actually kind of true. So many influencers will, and that's what he is. He needs to accept that. He is an influencer. I know you don't like it, but I know you don't want to hear it, Asmon, but you're an influencer. Fucking accept it. But anyway, influencers will always like say things that are like, oh no, you can do this thing. You can just be yourself. And just like, it's like, okay, like makes you feel good about yourself. And then what? You know, and a lot of streamers, I mean, some of the streamers are just like Asmon. They'll tell you like a brutal truth. You know, it's like really at some point you might not like it, but there's reality. And the thing about reality is even though it might suck sometimes, at least when you know something and you're willing to admit something and you can at least see it for what it is. And then you can start making some changes, no matter how small. It's infinitely better than just living in denial. I mean, it's just like, I had to accept that no matter what I do, there's no way I can get through my life without accepting that I'm trans. And I know, obviously, people in the comments are fucking dumb, and they're like, they think they get to decide exactly how much I'm allowed to talk about the fact that I'm trans. And they're like, oh, why do you have to shove it in our faces all the time? It's like, really, am I? Or do you just feel like I'm shoving it in your face? It's like the same people who, like, they see 2 guys kissing, and they're like, why do gay people have to shove it in your face? It's like, I don't think they are. I think you're just so preoccupied by it that it looks like it's shoved in your face. Maybe you need it shoved in your face so you can get over yourself. I don't know. But nobody's really doing that. What's really happening is that basically it's part of my life, and I don't always want to talk about my medical stuff. It's what I'm going through right now, and that's all there is to it. It's not that like that's who I always am and who I always will be. It's not the only thing about me. I can see a day when I'm not so fixated on it, and maybe when I'm ready to maybe when that day comes, I'll start to be able to branch out and start fulfilling my destiny as a model and an actress. That's going to take some time. And I'm at a prime age too. What's her name? Amelia Clark. She's 2 years older than me. Did you know that? She's 38 years old. Like, seriously. Emilia Clarke. She's 38 years old. She's 2 years older than me. She was born in 1986. Oh, okay. I guess she's only like a year and a few months older than me. So it's not a full 2 years. She was born like a year and like a year and 2 months, like a year and like a year and a month, a year and 2 months. She's like a year and 2 months older than me. She was younger in Game of Thrones, but still, like 2011. I mean, still though, like a lot of people are really successful. Like she's in her prime. You know, I think she had some issue medically, but like she had some issue. I forgot what it was. I don't know about it. But shit, I mean, like famous actresses over 40. Like holy shit, like I mean, shit. I'm in my prime, man. I'm approaching the perfect time to be an actress. The perfect age. Any younger and it's like, okay, whatever. Any older and it's like, okay. Like, I'm set for life. Once you get into your, like, certain age, if you can make it work now, it's because you're beautiful and, like, you're, like, your age. Like, and people are just sometimes weird about age, but, like, all these women are beautiful in their own way. And you know, you don't have to look a certain way to be beautiful. You don't have to like have a certain bone structure, and you know, you don't have to have a certain bra size, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't have it. Like you are who you are. You know, you look how you look. And you know, like you want to look like yourself no matter what. And, you know, that you could even point to any of these women and say, like, oh, you know, like, there's something wrong with this, there's something wrong with that. And it's like, you can do that with any person because we're imperfect. You know? There's, like, these arbitrary standards of beauty that people have. And you can apply these things to anyone, and they're all arbitrary. All these women could be scrutinized, but I don't think they should. Because I think that you shouldn't think about people that way. You should think about people for who they are and not for who you want them to be.
True. Blaming external puts oneself in a victim position. Yeah. Do we have a response here? Oh, yeah, he typed something. What's up with this? Difference between you and that guy in the video is he's just in the woods. What does that mean? What does that mean to you? Because I'm not really. What do you mean? You came from a poor background, right? I came from a working class background. My mom usually made under the poverty line in terms of income. My dad made a good income and he paid child support, so sometimes we would be fine. And so yeah, that's really what it is. He's pissed on you on argument? Yeah, come on. What's going on with this? He's delivering the same message as you in a different format? No, he's not. You call me privileged, you don't have an argument. No, it's not. Get up. Let's see here. Asmongold worked hard as fuck for everything he's gotten. It's not about working hard. Like, it's like, again, here's...
Oh, shit, my brother got master level Dragoon. My brother got master level Dragoon. Check it out. He's got the 3 stars on his character. I don't know if you see it. Bascone with the Dragoon, the worm armament, or the Dragoon artifact set. He just hit master level. Now he's got like 1 billion XP to get exemplar points to get the master sub levels. You know, he's master level 0 now. And he has to get master level 50 or something like that.
My best advice I can tell somebody is that remove the idea of working hard out of your mindset. Delete the idea of working hard.
It's so hard for people. It's so difficult. And that's the same thing. This is the thing. it's people are used to thinking in a certain way. And so when he says that, our first instinct is to fight against it because that makes it harder. Our first instinct is to say that can't possibly be true because you have to work hard. It's because people who are successful, how hard they work at something, and this actually goes with what he was saying in the video I did the other day of him, where he was talking about AI art and how nobody cares about how you got to the end result. They only care about the end result. And so nobody cares how hard you worked at all to get to where, you know, your job wanted you to be, or whatever you needed to do to get successful for whatever you're doing. Nobody cares how hard you worked. They only care about the end result. And so, like, if you worked hard and you didn't work hard, but you had the same results, then that's all that matters. So if you can figure out a way to organize things in a way where you don't even have to try, but you can still be successful, where you say, okay, well, I could work really hard and grit my teeth and do this, or I could like spend, you know, a few weeks, you know, practicing this so that as I, you know, it just kind of becomes second nature, so that whenever I do this one thing, it's actually like not even difficult at all. It's just like automatic. Like if you practice folding something enough times, you're going to be able to fold it from muscle memory. You don't have to rely on working hard, but it takes that foresight to be able to say, I know what needs to be done, and no matter how difficult something is, if I approach it from the right way, and this is the same with music, like if I approach it at the right way, then in time, with enough, you know, with enough effort, you know, with enough like repetition, it'll just kind of happen. Like with music, people say, oh, you know, you need to practice, you need to practice. You don't really need to practice for hours and hours. You need to be consistent enough so that you have the skills that are, you know, maintain, you know, an ability of, you know, pushing what you need to push, and you need to, you know, have, you know, some kind of sense of regularity with that. But when you actually go in to practice something that you're struggling with, like a new thing, you want to hyperfixate on the small things and then analyze the data by playing it and listening using your ears, or a recording device can also really help. But what happens is you get the data, you analyze the data, and then you do it again using that data as a way to adjust. You just make adjustments. That's all practice room is. Every time you want to improve at something, you just notice what you did wrong with the data. And usually the data is, you'll usually just like literally play the piano, for example. And then you'll notice that you're just playing the wrong notes. And so what do? Do you keep playing? No, you don't work hard. You just say, okay, where am I messing up here? And you like try to play it, like maybe you play it like slower or at a different rhythm or with no rhythm. And then you notice that at a certain note, you kind of have low accuracy because it's like a weird direction. So then you kind of isolate it and you say, okay, let me play this note, then this note. Okay, let me play, you know, the destination note and then the first note. Okay, let me play it from the part coming before it. And then you like play it in reverse, and then you play it a couple times. You play it in different rhythms. And then you play the whole thing, the whole section from, you know, as written. And then, you know, basically you hyper fixated on that single thing, that note jump, where I have to move my finger at a weird way that's different from every single other passage in the piece that you have no problem with. But there's this one section where there's a note jump that you just seem to always be missing. So instead of keep playing it over and over, you isolate it and you say, okay, where am I having the trouble? It's because I have a hard time moving from this note to this note. Why is that? Well, I could like, you know, just think about it, or you could just kind of like explore it and say, okay, you know, what do I need to do in order to make this a smooth and accurate jump? And, you know, you just do whatever needs to be done. The actual method of making it happen is almost like meaningless. People have, you know, standard methods of learning things, and they're, you know, one of those examples is just isolating it, playing it with fermatas, which is like no tempo. You just play one note at a time and then play the next note. Or you can play like, there's one with the piano where you play like, you play the note, every note twice or every note 3 times. You do like da 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 da, like you play every single note, and then you just practice jumping it. You go it without any time, so you go da da, and you just practice doing it without even, you know, like make sure it's right every single time. Don't even play it if it's wrong. And you practice doing it right. And it's not even difficult. It's like automatic. You just do what needs to be done. And when you do what needs to be done, it's not hard. And that's why people struggle with music. They think it's hard. And maybe I can apply this philosophy to the rest of my life, and maybe I have already. But people think learning music is hard. They're like, I have to practice for hours and hours. You don't have to practice for hours and hours. You just have to practice the things that need to be practiced. And you have to do that in a very deliberate fashion, using data, which you learn from, you know, playing through things. And when you notice while you're playing something that there's a part you struggle at, then you go back, you like put a note on it. Maybe you study it later even. You might not even study it right there. But I had a piano teacher who said, you know, there was a student who was like, I've been practicing for hours and hours and hours. And we're all just kind of witnessing as he's talking to this guy. And the guy's kind of being defensive. I think he dropped out of the program. I remember him. He had an attitude problem. He thought that he knew better than everyone else. And I'm not talking about myself. This actually was a different person. I was like that probably in high school, but I don't know. But I kept trying. I never stopped trying. That's the difference between me. Like, I will keep trying. I might like get defeated a little bit, but I will keep coming back up. I'll keep standing up. And what happened is he said, no, it's not about hours and hours and hours. You can fix this immediately. You can fix this problem in 2 seconds. Like, you just have to notice, like, where is the problem happening? And what do you need to do to isolate that problem so that it doesn't happen anymore? And then you make the change. It's immediate. And the more you do it correctly, the less errors it's gonna have, because once you make that change, then it's just a matter of like playing it correctly again, and you should be able to play it like 5 times in a row without error before you move on to something else. And then the next day you isolate it again to make sure you have it, and if you have struggles, then you're gonna have to keep working at it until you get it right again, because you do not want to play it incorrectly, because practice doesn't make perfect, practice makes permanent. And if you're playing something incorrectly and you play it multiple times, your brain's going to think that's the way it's supposed to be. So what you do instead is you play it correctly, even if you have to play it at insanely slow speeds. You play it correctly, and your brain just kind of remembers that, because that's what your brain does. It wants to work less. And this concept is really hard for a lot of people to understand, because they think it's about putting in a lot of effort. And it's about putting less effort. It's, you know, you can put that effort when it needs to be. There's certain things that are just requires effort. You know, but if you do things right, eventually they're no longer requiring that effort. It might require effort at first, but then you take a break. You're not supposed to keep it that way. You're just supposed to build yourself up so that it's not hard anymore. Like, you know, that's why, like, you lift weights or something. At first, like going on a run or going on a walk even, or lifting weights is going to be hard, but you know, you condition yourself so that every time it's a little easier, and then you push yourself a little more, and then every time that's easier, and then it's just like a little more each time, you know, because you're conditioning yourself. That's where the hard work pays off. Damn smash. The rhino meat. Yeah, I mean, I'll farm some rhino meat. I appreciate your help, but you know, don't think that you have to do everything for me. Like I said, I'll do whatever has to be done if it's something I want. Yeah, so I'll go get some rhino meat if I want that food.
Never think about working hard again. Think about succeeding. Think about, how can I succeed at the highest level possible, and work backwards from that. Never try to work hard. Make working hard your last resort.
Yeah, so like certain things you're gonna have to work hard at. Like Lifting weights, for example, I think that's a really good one. Some things are going to be hard until they're not. But I like how he says, like, find out what you need to be successful and work backwards. And I think the music example, because that's something I really understand, and something that, I had multiple teachers and coaches remark on my ability to do that correctly. And I'm phenomenal at that, actually. I'm really good at being coached. Because as soon as I get data, I make adjustments. And if I make the wrong adjustments, especially if I have a coach, I will constantly, sometimes to my fault, if I don't have a coach, I'm like way too scrutinous. I'm like, am I really doing it right? And it's like I'm doubting myself, and that's a problem. But if I have a coach, then it's like, am I doing it right? Like, they will correct me if I'm doing it wrong. So then I have more confidence when I have a coach, because if you don't have a coach, you might be reinforcing the wrong things. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do things. What it means is you need to be a lot more careful when you don't have a coach. You need at least something to give you data. And that might be like a camera or a microphone that's going to be honest. You need to keep yourself honest. That if you play your saxophone and it sounds good to you while you're playing it, it might not sound good, to the people listening to it. And so you got to say, it's not that you're bad. It's that, what can I do to make it into the sound that I want it to be? That you hear another person playing and that sounds good to you and you want to sound like them. And so, like, what are they doing that you need to be doing? And, so work backwards. What do you need to do? It's not about working harder in the practice room. You could do that for years and sound exactly the same. What do you need to do to make the change that will make that sound happen when you play it? And it's hard, but it's hard in the sense that it doesn't happen right away. And you have to really know what you need to do. And then it's not like hard work. It's just work. It's just something you have to do. You take the thinking out of the problem, but do the problem solving ahead of time. What you need to go in and say, what are the things that will benefit me towards this goal? And, like one of them, like for saxophone, for example, or clarinet, you need to do there's a rule of threes. You do 3 parts to your practice for a total of no more than 3 hours. 4 hours, absolute maximum. No longer than that. Never do deliberate practice for longer than that per day. And you might even break that. You break it into 3 parts and you can come back. You don't have to do it all in one sitting. So if you want to practice for an hour a day, you're going to want to do 3 different things in the practice room for 20 minutes each. One of them is like fundamentals, like embouchure, breathing, and you don't even need your instrument for these things. You can do these things. These are exercises that you need to do that achieve this goal. So for like clarinet, for example, you'll do long tones. You'll do, the major and minor scales, etc. Or, what you can do instead is you do scales of different modes. So you do the major scale. You do the dominant, which is Ionian. You do the dominant 7. You do the Mixolydian scale, which is going to be dominant 7th, which is a flat 7. You're gonna do Dorian scales, which is basically like a flat 7 and a flat 3 and a flat 7. It's like a minor scale, basically. And it's not a minor though. It's just flat 3 and flat 7. It doesn't have the flat 6. A flat 6 would make it a minor scale, which is the Aeolian. But basically you just do the scales and you do them in the circle of fourths, which I think is my teacher taught me this, but I know it through the feeling. Going through the circle of fourths feels better than doing the circle of fifths. It's the same thing, just different direction. If you're going. Instead of going counterclockwise, like the circle of fifths, instead of going instead of going counterclockwise, like the circle of fifths, you're gonna go clockwise. I don't know. I know. Okay, if you're going clockwise, it's the circle of fifths. If you're going counterclockwise, it's the circle of fourths. C, F, B flat, E flat, A flat, D flat, and then you have G flat, F sharp, and then you have B, E, A, D, G, and then you go back to C. Like, so you can do all 12 scales through that. That's like 20 minutes tops. And after you do that, put your instrument away, do whatever, and like later in the day, do 20 minutes of like etudes. You'll do like little exercises, things that like, you'll do like articulation exercises. You'll do crescendo and like little dynamics. You do different studies that either somebody else wrote or you wrote for yourself that are designed to practice techniques. And if you're doing it right, you've selected exactly which ones you're going to do based on the things that you need to work on. And then another 20 minutes later, like another 20-minute session that day, you work on the spots that are in the repertoire. So your performance pieces, the stuff that you're actually going to perform, you're only going to work on that for 1/3 of your entire practice session. 20 minutes of what are the measures that you need, the sections of the songs that are causing you the most trouble, that you absolutely need to fix, and you specifically zoom in on those. A lot of people, when they go in the practice room, they just play the song from left to right. That's like not practicing, that's performing. You have plenty of chances to perform. When you go into the practice room, you're workshopping, and that's not something you can do on autopilot. You have to really be aware of what's going on. You have to have a plan. And it's not hard. That's the thing. It's you put in the effort over time to come up with a plan, and once you have the plan, you just execute the plan. It's not hard at all. You came up with the plan, so why would it be hard? Because you know exactly what to expect. It's gonna feel difficult, but if you're doing it right, you're gradually building up your endurance. If it's too much, you stop playing, otherwise you'll injure yourself. For example, if it hurts. If it hurts, you're doing something wrong. Playing music, and I'm getting a little bit far into music stuff, but music should never hurt. There's times where it's gonna like feel like it's giving you back pressure and stuff like that, but that's part of the conditioning. When it actually hurts, like it's painful, you're doing something wrong. It should feel absolutely comfortable. You should be able to hold, like I remember a violinist said, like you should be able to hold up a violin and play it all day without any strain. Obviously that's kind of an exaggeration because it does require muscles, but that's the thing, is like your body will tell you when to stop. You don't just go straight to doing a 3-hour performance like right when you start. You'd work with like 10 minutes at a time, maybe even less, like 3 to 5 minutes at a time.
That doesn't mean not to do it, okay? Like, for example, today I woke up. Within an hour of waking up, I drove over and I've been doing stuff for one of my companies all fucking day. Then I drove over and I had a meeting for another one. And then I came home, I lay down for 45 minutes, and then I got up and I'm streaming now. And I am streaming into the night, and then I will wake up tomorrow in the afternoon and I will keep doing it. I do this every day. I don't take days off. I do it all the time. That's not hard.
Yeah, and that's what he's saying. It's like he can do it because it's not hard. He set it up in such a way so that it's not something that's difficult. If it was difficult, he'd be a fucking wreck. This is what so many people do to themselves. And obviously, it's like, you dug yourself in. It's not like it's like makes you a bad person. Like people will show up to work every day and they work hard. But like, if you have to drink a whole bunch of alcohol after every shift, then maybe you're doing something that maybe something needs to be changed about your day-to-day life. It's like, or, if you're always miserable at your job and you're miserable every day, you're tired all the fucking time, well, then maybe something needs to change. And I don't know what to tell people because obviously I don't even know how to fix that for myself. I can't even manage to get to work at a regular job. I just can't. I can barely even imagine doing my own thing on my own schedule. I have hope because I have, good analytics to tell me that my endeavors towards my career are going to be successful, but it's not just going to happen on its own. I have to be able to show up, which means that I have to deal with gender dysphoria, or this just isn't going to happen anymore. It was happening, and I felt great about my body, and I felt great about myself, but gender dysphoria hit harder than ever. It, you know, whatever goes up must come down. And it really, you know, the reality hit me. The gender dysphoria hit me really hard. You know, it was really fun, and I love it. I love the work that I did. And I have a lot of room to grow. You know, that's a good thing. It means that I have stuff that can be improved upon. But if I'm already from the beginning, already kind of on a good track, then I think that's really promising for me. But, you know, this, like I said, you know, this gender dysphoria really fucks me up. It was giving me heavy psychosis. And if I can't show up to work because of a very specific body part, then it doesn't even matter how good it is, because I can't show up. So I'm fixing that, and I already was. It's not like I waited until that. Like, I've been spending the past couple of years. In fact, I've been spending the past 18 years needing this. And I, you know, almost 5 years ago, I finally decided I need to respect myself enough to do this.
Then go do it. I thought it wasn't hard either. Then I went and I did it, and I became massively successful. Go be me. Go do it. I thought it wasn't hard too. I was right. I should take advice from someone who's unemployed. I mean, am I wrong? That's it. Put effort. Don't do hard work. So you have no idea what you're saying. You're so stupid. It's painful. Yeah, and like that's the thing is like, life doesn't have to be hard for you to be successful. Yeah, you might have an issue with what he has to say, but his numbers don't lie. We're the ones watching him. Well, like this is one of those memes about streamers. You got lucky. I definitely got lucky. I got lucky in a lot of ways. And you did too. That's why you're on this computer right now at 3 in the morning. You're able to be fucking typing on a PC on high-speed internet. You just got lucky. You just got more lucky than a billion people in the world. There's a billion people in the world that aren't as lucky as you. What are you talking about? Getting lucky. Everybody in here is lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, you could play that game of like, oh, you know, be grateful for what you have. Oh, starving kids in China would eat. You know, it's like, I understand why people would get kind of, you know, ticked off by that. It is true though. So, you know, but I think it's better not to think about how better you have it than people, or how worse other people have it than you. I think it's much better to think of things as you don't know any difference from what you already know. In fact, you don't know that if you were in someone else's position, if I was in Asmongold's position right now, I'd be fucking terrified. I have no idea how to fucking live his life. Are you kidding me? Like, he spent like well over a decade building his social media career. If I just jumped into there right now, I'd fucking suffocate. He built this himself, and it's custom made for him. It's like loading up World of Warcraft and somebody has an entirely different set of add-ons than you do. Everything's configured a different way. They have different keybinds. Everything's fucked up. Okay? You're going to have a really hard time, and you're going to want to change it to match you. So, you know, and everybody knows this. Like, that's a real thing that happens. It's no different than, like, how other people's lives are. They have their own setup, and they're only working with the information they have. And they just happen to be in a situation that's at this moment different than yours. But you could have a situation at some point. In fact, you have a situation right now where if somebody really wants to be in your situation, there's so many people who want to be in my situation right now, where I have a place to live. I'm having this surgery happening. Like, there's so many fucking things that people would give anything to have. But I'm not to like make me feel like ungrateful or like, or, you know, that I'm like spoiled or whatever. It's more that it puts it in perspective that, you know, like, stop trying to compare yourselves to other people, because you just literally can't. You don't know enough information to be able to make that comparison.
Speaking English, it's one of the most popular languages in the fucking Western world. Jesus. You don't even realize it. That's not luck? Really? Yeah, I forgot. Whenever I made my character creator, I picked the USA. Yeah, I picked USA. Why would anybody go and pick you know, like some random ass dog shit country? Yeah. Oh, bro, like I want to play this game in hardcore mode. Oh, really? Me too. Yeah, let's pick North Korea. Oh my god. Hey, part Japanese. Yeah, people need to realize being born is lucky. I mean, again, it's just people always like to although we're lucky, you're luckier, bro. Everybody always thinks that, like, I can guarantee you guys that there are things that you have more luck than I do in. And I can also guarantee you that there are things that I have more luck than you do in. And if you constantly try to, like, fucking take that down to a granular level and look and try to abstract out and turn it into like a D&D character chart.
Yeah, like it's just ridiculous. There's too many details that you have absolutely no access to. There's so many things that, like, if you there's just a different person and they have a different life circumstance. And you might even like be having that life like together with that person, like that might be a friend or something. But like that doesn't mean that like both of you are experiencing the exact same experience. You could both be in the same room, but you're both thinking different things. Everything triggers inside of you a different emotional response. You know, and nobody's immune to this. Like that's just how the brain works. Like you trigger a response every time you get stimuli. And you could use that to your advantage too if you know how to kind of manipulate things to be able to stimulate ideas.
Of why you're a loser and it's not your fault, the only thing you're going to end up with is being a fucking loser. It's never...
I mean, there it is. Like, there it is. Like, what's the point? Like, what's the point of trying to find out why you're in the situation you're in other than how to avoid the same mistakes? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about like, oh yeah, I'm like this because I'm autistic. I'm like this because I didn't really have the greatest support growing up. I was bullied a lot. My parents didn't really know what was going on. They were not really equipped to handle my specific needs. There were mistakes made by multiple parties. I was struggling with gender dysphoria that was really not understood until I was older. There's all sorts of shit I could say, you know, but, you know, I know what mistakes I made. And who's to know that, you know, even the mistakes I made, I was acting under the information that I had available and the skills that I had available. And part of moving forward to not make mistakes again is to recognize that you're not the same person who made those mistakes.
You're going to get better. No one's ever going to care. Your life will never improve. And you'll still be a fucking loser even after you've had your own fucking support session for yourself to try to make yourself feel better because you're a fucking loser. That's it. How do I know that? Because I used to be there. I know it better than anybody. I mean, if your country is at war, do some political decision in country's government, you can't do anything about it, not have a good job. I'm not talking to people that live in Syria, okay? Like, if you live in Syria, bro, like, yeah, we are very lucky compared to you. Like, absolutely, like, that sucks. That sucks. Yeah, 100%, absolutely. Syria, Reposo, like, that's it, right? Do you think people just fell into money, don't actively work on building up multiple companies or something? This is insane. Do people think you just fell into money? It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah,
And
I mean,
so,
like, you have the same starting seed, like, whether or not, like, oh, like, why do people play this comparison game? Like, this person had to work 3 jobs just to scrimp by, to invest into their company. This other person just landed on money because they got an inheritance. It doesn't matter because both of those people took that money and it's what they did moving forward that matters. And if they're successful, they're successful. If they're not, then they fucking made some bad decisions. It doesn't matter what happened before. The conditions are what matter. You need the starting money, and if you make the right decisions, then good things are going to happen. It doesn't mean it's always going to happen, but sometimes just things are out of your control. But generally, if you make the right decisions, and that definition of what is a right decision is debatable. It's very loose. It's not as rigid as I think people want it to be. They think that everything has to be like perfectly figured out. It's like, no, it could be as simple as, if I want to make some changes in my life, I need to go outside and go for a walk for 15 minutes every day. That's it. And, for me, it's like I need to go out for like an hour. Like I'm going to go do that after this video, after I end the stream, if we actually get through it.
Oh, this is a person that wants to discuss it. Have a conversation. You don't understand the current situation for the pork louie. Okay, so what do I not understand? Explain to me what I don't understand. But ignoring systematic fuck
So
up.
like I can kind of see like there are some very things that like obviously you don't know what you don't know. And it's like there could be somebody in a situation like I think obviously in the situation when like with Syria, for example, you're in a country where existing is like you're just gonna die if you're like a certain demographic, for example. But I feel like you still are only working with what you have. So I feel like if you live in a place where, for example, you can't be trans because it's like against the law and it's punishable by death, well, then your first task is to get the fuck out of there. I don't know how you're going to do that. I'm not going to say it's easy. That sounds really fucking terrifying. I couldn't even fucking imagine it. And if somebody managed to be able to do that and transition the way I have, I've had it really fucking easy. I am nowhere near as strong as a person who would be able to do that. No fucking where near that. So if somebody was able to do that, I'd be really fucking amazed. Because that person is so much stronger than me. But I'm not them and they're not me, and I don't need to compare myself to others. Just because someone else had to struggle harder doesn't make me weaker than them. Okay? Like, I probably would have failed in their situation. But there's people who see my situation and think they would have failed. Think they wouldn't be alive anymore. But I managed to survive in spite of all the stuff I'm dealing with because I have strengths. Because I have things going for me. It's almost like because those things are there, that it's like I blame myself even further for when I don't really get the kind of success that I want to have happen. Because it's like, well, I must be a failure because I have all these things in my favor, going for me, and I'm still not able to utilize them. That's because I have a different problem. I have a lack of ability to utilize resources 100% of the time. I have to have the right conditions in order to use the right resources. But I'm doing what I can to improve and learn the things that I need to learn so that I can use those resources. And I'm seeking help from others. That in the end, that's all you can really do.
Up shit should be addressed. Oh, it should be addressed? Oh, okay. Well, then maybe if you type that 10 times, it will be. What, do you think this is Beetlejuice? What are you doing? It's just such a bad mindset to have. The cost of education is about 40K a year and they make about 50K average a year. Then why would you get a job there in that field? If you know you're only going to make $50,000 a year, why would you spend $20,000 getting a job, getting an education for that job? So you're mad that the world isn't going to pay you a bunch of...
it's because obviously if it's going to cost 40K a year and you're only making 50K a year, well, you're going to have to figure out how to live on 10K a year. You're going to have to make some sacrifices. Either that or don't try to improve your situation and just live on 50K a year. I think he misunderstood this question at first, but I'm going to the correction. The person he corrected himself later, saying that not that he's going to be making 50K a year after school, but that he's already making 50K a year and he wants to go to school to get a better job. And it's like, yeah, you're going to have to make sacrifices. If it's going to cost you that much to go to school to get a better job, either try to find a way to not have to pay that, like getting financial aid of some sort, or just bite the bullet and pay for it and like live on less. You know, you don't you might have to give up some luxuries. I mean, I lived in homeless shelters. Like, it's gonna suck. But what's worse is living the rest of your life stuck in that $50K a year job. That's actually pretty damn good, because I only make $500 a month on SSI, and I'm somehow managing to survive. You were making $50K a year, you're making significantly more money than I am. Like, I'm making like $7K a year, I think. Okay, so if you're making $50K a year, like, just fuck off with your privilege, man. You're working hard, but like, you should be able to survive on $50K a year somehow. You might not get everything you want. You might have to live with other people. But don't tell me that you can't live on $50K a year, because I live on $7K a year, and there's people who live on $0 a year. It's just like, is it the kind of life you want? Possibly not, but that's why you want some forward direction. If you want a better life, then you're going to have to like accept that maybe it's going to suck for a while. And it's actually not so bad. Like right now, I'm actually really, really comfortable. I'm living in a really good situation, and it's what I need right now to get through this surgery. Yeah, $50K in a rural town, like especially outside of California, holy shit, like you're freaking living in a mansion. In California, you're basically homeless. No, that's an exaggeration. Like I'm in California, and I'm living on SSI on $7K a year. Okay? With food stamps. I'm living with my dad in a trailer. Because that's the situation I have, thankfully. Some people don't have a dad. Some people don't have, somebody that can help them when they need them. And it's just like, I'm just doing the best I can to do what I can with this time I have instead of squandering it. Like I could be, I totally could have been squandering my life away. If I just didn't even give a fuck about my health, if I didn't give a fuck about, doing what I need to do for my, gender related care, if I just like kept fucking smoking weed and just playing video games all fucking day, never even start streaming, even like at like the worst possible thing that, is as far as like making progress in like my professional life, I really don't think streaming is doing that much. But as far as making progress in my personal life, streaming is doing a lot for me, like in that area, because it's a part of my personal toolkit. And maybe I don't need other people to understand that, but people won't understand that because they're not me. Like I have a very specific set of mental disorders, and streaming helps keep me focused on like what the things that I need. That's why I'm talking out loud right now. Like I'm thinking out loud all the things that I need to be thinking about, all the things and repeating to myself like the strengths I have.
Of money to do what you want to do. Well, what I want to do is sit at home all day and jerk off. And play video games. I only get paid for half of that.
Yeah, I mean, and if he started OnlyFans, he would get paid for both.
The world doesn't owe you a living. At least it doesn't right now. That's not the way it works.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, but there's nothing we can do about that. It really sucks because I didn't ask to be born here, and now that you're here, they make you work for it. It's really fucked up, but everybody's in the same boat. So it's not like, it sucks, but at least everybody else is, having trouble with that too. Some people just kind of like, hit a lucky spot in some areas, and sometimes someone says OnlyFans time. Yeah, someone made the joke, of course. Saya Don't Die. It's like Cyan. That's a funny name. Saya Don't Die. Jeez. Oops. But you know, yeah, obviously some people will stomp on other people in order to get ahead in life. And you know what? Sometimes those people don't even get karma. But I assure you, you know, being bitter about those people isn't going to change the situation.
They're making 50K, currently paying on a loan. Why they take the loan? You offer questions with no answers? How do you expect them to get an education? Well, I mean, it's not that they're getting an education, but is it not stupid to spend, let's say it's $20,000 a year, $80,000 on loans with a massive amount of interest to get a job that gets you $50,000 a year?
I mean, I know what he's saying here, but that logic actually doesn't work, because if you do a one-time investment, and then obviously there's interest, but if you're making money per year, after a couple of years, that's going to pay off, hopefully, if you do it right. You know, that's the logic behind student loans. You know, this is why you shouldn't get a student loan if you can't afford it. Like, go to a cheaper college, or get like financial aid. You don't have to go to the fucking like top tier university that's going to cost you that much. Just go to community college. You can get like, you know, like financial aid is available. You know, like you have to know the questions to ask, but if you don't ask them, if you're just trying to do everything on your own because you were brainwashed from a child that you have to do everything on your own and that you can't accept help, you know, that it's okay to ask for help. You know, everybody needs help. That's what makes you stronger. Otherwise, you'd fail and you'd be weak. Like, it's just simple. It doesn't make you weak to need help. Like,
that's a bad decision.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, a lot of people just don't, you know, they get kind of brainwashed early on. But at the end of the day, you know, I mean, I guess that's how they learn that lesson in life, that people are going to fuck them over. You know, sometimes people take out huge loans and then they never pay them off and they're fucked for life, unfortunately. But, you know, a lot of people that, you know, they kind of get fucked, and then the rest of their life, they're never going to let anybody take advantage of them that way ever again. I hope not. Or you could just keep letting people walk all over you and keep blaming everybody else and never make any kind of progress. Never, like, see the silver lining. You could always see the worst things in life, or you can always look at the best side of, you know. You know, like, you know,
other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. Hey, always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten, and that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. And always look on the bright side of life. Come on. Always look on the right side of life. For life is quite absurd, and death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow. Forget about your scene, give the audience a grin. Enjoy it, it's your last chance anyhow. So always look on the bright side of death. Just before you draw your terminal breath. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. Life's a laugh and death's a joke, it's true. You'll see it's all a show, keep 'em laughing as you go. Just remember that the last laugh is on you. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the right side of life. Come on, Brian, get up. Always.
Yeah, so like, you know, yeah, doing it over again, I would never have gone to school. My parents pretty much gave me no choice. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of circumstance, and obviously, you know, unfortunately, you were only working with the information you had, Andrew. Like, you had parents that were getting on your case, and, you know, unfortunately, you didn't have the ability to, at the time, stand up to them. But are you in that situation anymore? You know, are your parents making your decisions for you anymore? Or did you learn how to get away from that? Did you learn how to make decisions for yourself and not let the, you know, pressure and all that other kind of stuff, other people tell you what you're supposed to do? If we always look at, like, at the end of the day, was it other people that made those decisions for me, or was it me who made those decisions? And I just thought that there were other people who made those decisions. Like, you convince yourself, and I know it's like really hard because it's a lot of stuff going on, and it's really fucked up. But, you know, in the end of the day, like, a lot of the stuff that fucked up with my head was actually, and I know, like, people don't like to say it, but it's like, it was all in your own head, you know? A lot of the time, it's like, it's not that something was happening to you. It's that you reacted to it a certain way. That if you just didn't react to it that way, which you're not doing anymore, you evolved, you changed. So you've made the changes in your side yourself, where if you're in the same situation now, there's no fucking way you would do that. You know, obviously it's too late now, but if you're in the same exact situation, there's a reason why you're not doing what 18-year-old you did. You're not doing the same kind of things the 18-year-old version of you did anymore. That's because you learned these things. You learned how to stand up for yourself. You learned how to make decisions that, you know, are better decisions, hopefully. And, you know, like, that's all really anybody can do. And, you know, it's like, there's something out there where you can find your strengths and you can achieve the success you want, but you have to change your definition of what success is. It's not about lowering your standards or whatever that people sometimes say. It's more about, like, kind of understanding that you have a lot of preconceived notions over what success is, and also over what will make you happy or fulfilled. You know, people say, "Oh, if I had $1 million, I'd be happy." It's like, well, the reality of making $1 million might not be something that you want to do. You know, like, you have to make sacrifices. You clearly do. You might never be able to, like, you know, if you want to start a family, you're probably gonna have to say goodbye to those aspirations. You know, you can't start a family and try to do what needs to be done to become a millionaire. So if you want to become a millionaire, you have to give up on that, you know, having kids or something like that. Yeah, you know, hindsight is always 20/20. Yeah, it's hard. You can't change it. But I mean, the fact, you know, what if you didn't have hindsight? Some people don't have it. I know we like to say that it's always 20/20, but it's really, when you look at other people, some people just make mistake after mistake after mistake and they never figure it out. So if you figured it out, congratulations. You're not one of those fucktards.
That's a bad fucking decision. Like, if I was trying to get people to, like, if I had, like, a loan company and I was offering rates like that for a payoff like that, everybody would call me a scam artist. Because it's a fucking scam. It's not a job to get 50K. They're making 50K currently. They're trying to get an education to get a better job. So you're saying they're trying to get an education to get a better job. So they already have a job, and now they're trying to get a better job. Your points are beyond terrible? No, they're not. And this is, people are going to cry about this and get mad about it.
It's easier to get mad and to say somebody is wrong than it is to admit that maybe you need to do something different. And everybody does this, even successful people, because it's so much easier to do what you're already doing than it is to do something different. And it's not even about whether it's good or bad or strong. It just is what it is. It's just, you know, you have momentum. Your brain wants to do what it always does. And you have to know this in order to make change, because it's going to be uncomfortable at first to face things that go against, you know, your reality. It really hurts, you know.
But I'm still going to be right. And that's what I think people are really mad about. I'll talk to you in a minute, but like, what about this? It's not a job to get 50K. You know, it's a bad decision because you have some level of education, so they don't know that. Anybody can look this shit up. I work in the education field and I work with poor students. What's your point?
Yeah, and like some people, you know, they really struggle to like learn how to read, but it's like you have to ask yourself, where are their priorities? It's not really about their, you know, sometimes obviously people have like intellectual disabilities. I'm just talking about people who aren't, you know, people who instead of studying for school, they spend all their time like playing video games. Or they spend all their time like hanging out with, you know, the wrong people. Like, you know, trying to impress people, you know, because they want to join a gang or something that's going to get them, because they think that if they get in with the gang that they're going to be able to, you know, be successful, because life, you know, they blame everybody else instead of taking responsibility. And a lot of people who get into crime, like drug dealing and shit, because they see like, oh, well, I'm not going to have, because you've already like determined that you're going to be a failure by saying nobody like me will be able to make a living, so I need to sell drugs so that I can make money to live. And you've already decided that that's what you need to do. You kind of became a self-fulfilling prophecy. You know, people don't put two and two together, like literally, like with math or English or science or anything. People don't put two and two together, that it's not that it's going to have a direct one-to-one correlation, causation or whatever. But if you know how to read critically and if you know how to do well in school, it's not about doing well in school. It's that you have the ability to like solve problems and make things happen based on the context. And doing crime is not a solution. You might make money, but you're going to be putting yourself into prison or dying. Like, you're around the wrong people. These people are not going to give a fuck about you. As soon as you're a nuisance to them, they will cut you off entirely. They will cut your life off. And these people are unpredictable. They're criminals. There's no liability. You don't have any protection. It's not profitable to get into crime. But people, when they're really young, they're like, oh, my whole family's poor, and so I'm going to join this gang and I'm going to sell drugs.
So whenever you work with a poor student, do you think that you're doing them a favor by telling them to take a $20,000 a year loan in order to get a job that pays $50,000? Are you doing them a favor by telling them to do that? I guess there's no point I can make that'll make you understand. What do you feel like I don't understand? I think let's start there.
I think people have this like assumption that they want something to be causing them to have problems, because it takes all the responsibility away from them. And I know this because that's how I thought about things. And I didn't like actually think these things. You have to look back at it like seriously. It's like level 7 or something. I don't know. I'm going back on in like an hour and a half. I think we might have to finish this stream later. I really need to take a break, and I wanted to go for a walk. We'll have to finish this video some other time. It just is what it is. I'm even wearing Asmon's uniform. It's like yeah, I mean, it's like you're making yourself into the victim. Yeah, it's exactly like that. Like you're saying that like, oh, you know, it must be external factors that are causing this problem, because otherwise it would mean that I have something I need to improve. That I'm the one who's at fault. And you are the one at fault. You're always the one at fault. Sometimes there's literally things outside of your control, but how you react to those things is under your control. And unless somebody's like literally like whipping you and making you do slave labor, then like and even then it's like, you know, you could just whistle like in the Life of Brian song. You know, you could always look at the bright side, even if you're about to die. I mean, you only get one chance at life. You may as well enjoy it while you're here, even when it's shitty. It's still better than not being alive. Because then you wouldn't be able to experience anything. Even when you're experiencing being tortured. I mean, it's obviously nobody wants to be tortured. It's just like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what that whole movie was about. Was that like everyone's just kind of like a victim of their circumstance. But, you know, what you do with it is, like, you know, up to you. That was, like, the whole movie, basically. And also a whole bunch of allegories or whatever about, you know, like, religion and, like, how people start, like, you know, how religions can differ based on one, like, it's about the slipper, or, like, you know. Life of Brian's a great movie. Brian! Brian. All right, I need to take a break from computer. I'll be back probably after 7 o'clock to pair up with Brad again, and we'll level some more priest. Yeah, either that or I'll be on tomorrow. I'm not sure. I'll be back later. I just need to take a break. I was watching that video and I decided if I'm gonna watch the video, I may as well stream it, so I can talk for 4.5 hours and only get halfway through the video. Welcome to another React stream where I can watch a video for 4.5 hours and still only be 20 minutes into it. All right, see you later. Bye-bye.